Hello, everyone. My usual setup. See if I can't farm more wish lists for good old Poppet Quest today. When in doubt, right? Oh, it's right. It's on my wish list now, so I don't have to type it in. Oh wait, I guess I can't wish list it, even though let me click wish. Whatever. To be fair, because I make it, it counts me as the owner of it anyway. Wait, I mean, it counts me as always having it. So maybe that's why. Maybe you can't wish list something you technically already own. Important questions that need to be asked in life. Probably. Gotta start the chat thingy too while I'm at it. So many things to do. I need to really automate this crap. Make my life a lot easier if I did. But I'm always so busy, you know? It's gonna be interesting to see just how many wish lists I collect each day, like as I stream, to see how many it actually, like if it builds up over time or not. Or if it's just like an initial, here's a few and then never again. It'd be awful if that was the case. It would be very awkward. I would have less faith in the game for certain if that was true. But I don't think that's how it would go. And I just need to tell the Discord that I am streaming. You know, I imagine they're a good portion of my watchers. Probably. Be surprised if they aren't, you know? That should just about do it. Started late today, but how much I could do about that? I just have too many things to do. I just do. It's just my life now. All right. Already have my to-do list. We're golden. Yay, to-do list. I guess I shouldn't leave that on the screen too long. It'll screenshot it as my thumbnail for the current stream, and I don't know if that's that valuable one to have. You know, it's an okay one, but it's really loud in my ears. Okay, so the little particle thing is huge and really obnoxious, and I don't like it when they spawn in, spawn out, and probably needs to either be replaced or made smaller. I made it like larger to account for bigger stuff, but it is just so big. It's just too big. It's huge. We'll just make it slightly larger than them and see what happens. Maybe the 50% larger is a bit much. I could also use a different particle if I want to. I would make them all fade in or whatever, but the system I have for that isn't really designed to... Well, you could do it. It just would take a long time. You basically have to add it to every single material used in everything and then control them all individually, which would be a great deal of extra work. For a visual effect, that would take... I mean, it would be a lot of extra work. Like, this is a lot of extra work. I wish I had better particles, though. I really do. Sadly, I do not. But in my perfect world, I would. I could portal them in. Like, I just spawn a portal there. Just clone the way I do it with the magician thingy. It would probably be cooler than this other one here. Well, we'll see what this looks like just at 1.1 before I go hugely the other way, but you know, might as well. Woohoo. They're still huge. I decided that for the character that came before you, she'll be very excited when she finds the Justice Tarot and has, you know, a gun. Because she likes guns. She really wants one. I think it's a little better. I am curious to see if the other would look better though, just to like portal them in and portal them out. Though the portals don't really seem like the curse thingy very much. I guess for the other stuff seems more like a curse thing, but we'll go to the demo map. Look at the portals. The portals look a lot neater. Maybe this one. Portal 4. I can change the color of it, right? So. Well, I mean, I can obviously change the color if I want to, but how easy is it is the real question you should be asking myself. Oh, it's a joke. So I can just copy paste this whole thing over. And just copy this full size thing, whatever I want. Is it worth it to make a portal when you spawn him in? I can expose and spawn these things here for full size and then just spawn it in. Well, let's test it with the portals. Might as well switch out this portal for the other. Okay. It's such a dumb error. Like, if it wants you to do this, why can't it just mark it for you? Like, it should just check the box. Like, okay, well, we need this for that. Okay. In fact, if you click this, well, it should just automatically select that. Why go to all the trouble to make a special error for it when you could just easily make an easy fix for it? Important questions. It must be asked. Probably change the color on you too, for that matter. We have to change it on all of them. I just want to see what happens if I do it this way. I don't really see a need to do it the other way. Let's just make another one here. Why need that appear visibility? I don't know. Grab the case. Chunk. Chunk. I don't need that there, but okay. That might make it huge. We'll find out. Oh. Gotta go back to the level they actually spawn. No problem. Portals are kind of fun. One must think with portals. Now those spawn the other way. Well, that's kind of neat. Now they're not moving. Why? How did that break them and stop them from moving? Just not finishing the startup or something? Like, what? Huh? Ah. Because I'm a goofball. Duh. Probably connected that up. We'll try at like 50 or something. I don't know. Let's see how that goes. Not there. It looked like it was kind of spawning a bit in the ground. I kind of like the little portals though. Just spawning with little portals. Instead of the other thing that's kind of takes up a huge amount of space. I mean, you can see the old one right there, and that's not terrible, but... Okay, there's a cube there. And why is it spawning in the cubes? Oh, I know why. Because this little portal is made for spawning the cubes, and not the exit portal doesn't spawn in the cube, right? That was the difference. Yeah, yes, yeah. So then the cube would kill them off. Yeah. Maybe I'll replace some of the portal. I think the portal's cool looking. It doesn't, like, it's not as much visual noise. It looks like it kind of brings it in, you know? It's not terrible. Yeah. Like, you see those, and then you see an actual enemy spawn in, and it's like much cooler than that ridiculousness that's just like, why? So I just make one for the other, and I'm good. Okay, I like the portal a lot better. I just need to make a special one for purposes of a curse, just something like all purple or something, and just remove the other things. Those grunts suck. I hate them. They disappear too fast though. Oh, didn't even spawn a little portal, it just vanished. That one did. That worked out really well. Wait. I'm probably better off just duplicating the other one there and then adding the code, because I think the code for this is like so much less than anything else. Like it's barely anything. Versus the other being pretty extreme. Yeah. Medium play, nothing on the construction shirt. Also requires a rotating movement. Only this one. Yeah. I don't want a battery name, I just want to duplicate. Oh, just gave it them the word. I am prop grid. What materials you got? Most of them look like they're not tileable. We all use the same little portal. Let's try this one, then rotating's already got its thing, so. Not that. I want portal encounter. That didn't really rotate, did it? Nope. Ah. Not set to movable. Just thought I'd point that out. You can't rotating movement something that isn't set to movable. Those are huge. Yeah, I need to make those way smaller. Maybe not too incredibly small. It's just on the items, I think. Doesn't hit them very well at all. You're just using the same scale. I definitely like the portals way better. When in doubt, think with portals, right? Some of them destroyables. I'm curious what they look like. Not a single destroyable. What the hell? That was pretty good. Actually, it might not be that I want to spawn them. Well, spawning them higher seemed actually pretty good for the enemies and like that, but I actually think that this thing itself might want to be higher up. Well, it doesn't look too bad now, actually. I just use the same setup for basically everything. I'm tempted to just make all these things instance editable, not use the room spawns for things, but I know that causes some problems. So. Maybe it wouldn't. Maybe it would let you carry it all this way because of the H-load thing. But as soon as you threw it, it would probably go away. Huh. Portals everywhere. There's no range. I hit the wrong button, wonder. Definitely better. I suppose the enemy disappear thingy, that just sucks. Cause portals everywhere. Yay! I might want to make it slightly darker though. Doesn't feel as dark as it could. A little too bright. What does it even do? I don't know. It's actually just that part. It's not even the other ring part. Okay. Actually, this is the main one. If I change that there, what it does do is it change. It does makes it red. Okay, so this is the one that matters. Every other one was kind of pointless. Did not do a very good job. Let's default it to the purple for the start there, and then make it a brighter one, I guess, as it goes out. Okay, that's a little better. One more of a purple look. Why a day, right? I didn't tell the Discord. Okay. Oh well, if it's a quiet day, it'll just be a shorter stream, that's cool. Doesn't even connect, nice. Definitely improvement there, they should connect. Actually, I can just move this over into here. I guess this doesn't need an enemy appear on anymore. Yeah. Thing hooked up. Actually, wait a minute. Why am I changing it like that? I had a better idea. Wait, why is this doing 2? It doesn't make sense, but... Yeah, it does it twice. No, just this. So then why do I need this? I did it twice, but I don't need to do it twice, honestly. Like, none of this is necessary. They have their own. There's a huge delay on this for no apparent reason. I guess it did delete some stuff, so let's delete the double delays here. They eliminate themselves now. Last one out there. It's like that changed, those particles were terrible. She spawned in real slow and it was really awkward, so I need to do a better version of that. I'll tell you that she spawns in way faster. She doesn't always hit you, but that's a different problem to deal with. It's just getting rid of the ugly particle problem. As it was ugly. Perhaps the most ugly. Hey, what's up with the painting lights? They weren't working earlier. I have a lot of problems with the lights I shouldn't be having. I don't know why they're suddenly having issues, but it's kind of a big one. I'll be right back. Quiet night. Wonder if the chats are working. Seems so. Fair enough. Quiet night. Hey, Streamer World, how's it going? Because you're trying to breathe my food, apparently. Oops, wrong way. I want this one, I want that. We've run this one straight now. A couple of these need to be not portal spawned. Sometimes you just gotta ban the bot on kick. Gosh, and that was on Twitch. Few accounts been low on Twitch last, well, today and yesterday. Not the lowest it's ever been, but it's definitely been lower, which is always awkward, but it's rare. I mean, well, it's like random, I think. Not rare, it's just random if it's low or not. On average, it's been a lot higher, though. There are definitely some days where it's like, And for my average viewer count, this month is like 13, and last month it was 7.1, so the average viewer count's gone up quite a bit. Though that could also just be a couple really big raids too, helped out a lot. Well, I think overall it was just higher. Is that true? Yeah, overall it's just been higher by a fair amount. Except for the occasional day where it's just trash, but super low. Alright, so Tinko would not spawn in with the portal things. I guess this doesn't propagate to all of them. Do I have to add? No, that's not what I want to do then, if that's the case. I thought it would propagate to all of them. Does not appear to have done that, though. Yeah, it doesn't propagate to all of them. So if that's the case, then I should probably make it no portal. That's right, if you change the name, it requires a restart. Sure. I had to put a new picture in the background. I do a lot of things different. I have two monitors, so I have to make a special one that goes over both. I'm gonna put a giant thing in the center of this floor, like a giant extra layer. Thing in the center of this floor, like a giant extra layer. That was the window that was making the extra noise. I was like, one of these windows is making noise that I don't want it to make. And then I found it. The end. What a great story. Let's pick a material first so I don't have to deal with the problems that it causes by not having a material first. I just want a whole pack of tileable materials. They're very handy. And all too often it's just... I just need the material that just kind of covers the space. To be completely honest. You know? Whatever, sitting down in the center of this. I do like that it kind of breaks up the room now. I could actually run carpets around this whole thing if I wanted. Definitely feeling like a long week. I haven't slept well at all. I guess I suppose I slept well last night, but I just couldn't get myself to go to sleep until stupid times, and it just led to not great. But you know, is what it is. I wish I had infused this into one giant thing. I definitely would remake it so I think it was in the center. Or maybe a central painting that she's in. Even a giant painting over here. I'll think about it. Alright. Where's our hat? That does not count as the right light. Why? I wonder if I start my streams later. Because, you know, that first hour is just nearly pointless. Things don't really pick up until like 11, 15. Kind of makes me wonder. Like, hey, maybe. The lights work. It'd be on the system, upkeep graph. Sure. Light information. So painting name is actually the way this one works, okay. When does that not count as a light? No, it does. Oh, wait. Yeah, sometimes it's missing that. Trying to wonder if things are too heavy, because I did add in the map system. Yeah, I don't know. Like, sometimes they're not turning on. Poppet's only checking this. Well, she checks every second, which is enough, I think, in my mind. Like, it's not instant, but it should be enough that it doesn't make a difference. Every actor with tag light could just alert Poppet. So you could avoid getting all actors with tag light, which would be considerably faster, I imagine. There's probably a bunch of stuff that needs to be H-loaded anyway, so, you know, there's that problem as well. That's true, I don't remember the last time I H-loaded things or optimized anything, for that matter, in this area. Guess I should probably do that really fast. You know? It's too fast. I can't keep track what's going on. I also turn the lights on so I can see. Because otherwise I can't tell what's going on. Oops, nope. Well, I didn't even need to go around the outside like that. I could have just done that. Oh well. This one first, then do it. Yeah, you're the SM because it'll add it. That's so annoying. I hate that it does that. Green screen not being on camera there? I'm gonna try morning stream at some point and see how that goes. Do a knock a day. I don't normally do it. Just see how if I get more people on. So I do kind of wonder. Partially if, you know, the payouts worse at night, but also if there's just more people to collect during the day. It probably is. I imagine most English speaking people are gobbled up by a handful of streamers. And that's kind of a low number for this time of day. Turn this off. Need to age load everything too. There's so much crap that's not even in location yet. There's like a billion little things that I haven't done anything with. 73 reactors that are out of location. Nice. Let's figure out what they are first off. This is a little bounds volume middle of north. Neat. Yeah, these are in here, right, too? Yeah. Because you don't, you know, H-load stuff and it just loads it in the whole time, and as you might imagine, it's heavy. Far for you to go, huh? Looks like it. Is that all together, or should I be closing these up? Oh, it's the walking bridge. Can't type today. End up walking around for a little bit. I will be right back. We will let everyone look at the daytime city for funsies. Right. You should have just said I was about to go walk around for a bit. I'll be right back. Hey, let's. Oh, people showing up. I was literally, you know, gonna go walk around because there was like basically no one showing up for, you know, the first couple hours, per usual. I mean, there was people on YouTube, but they might just be sleepers for all we know. Because they never talk. My perfect timing. And then you said hi just as I walked out there. I was like, oh. Guess my timing sucks. You see how it is? Terrible. Right now I'm organizing the rest of the level. Then I want to H-load everything. So. Because, you know. Part of the reason why this level runs so badly is there's all these actors that have not been H-loaded. Well, badly is the wrong term. It could just run way better. I was going earlier, but the baby shark was too strong this morning. That's fair. That's weird. Sometimes there's just like actual nobody, and then other times there's like lots of people. Not usually that early. The first hour on Twitch is usually just dead. Just outright dead. Like, maybe I get one person. But overall, yeah, about that. So I often wonder if I should actually even stream during that hour, if I should just start 1 hour later. But I collect all these people on YouTube that pushes up my numbers over the course of that hour, even though I think they're all just sleepers. So it's like, what do I do? Also City in the Sky, yeah! I guess I don't really care about those ones. We'll save this in Holo Records. So the baby shark was unstoppable? Fair. A moon weapon? The hell are you doing? Why is there a moon weapon on the level? That's weird. This is why I go through all these ones here and see the ones I haven't sorted, especially because strange things end up on the map that shouldn't even be there. I just I'm slowly dealing with it. I gotta fuse a bunch of things together too so that they're a little left Walter. So there's like less draw calls. The great optimization game. Tell us all of them are actually not sorted, right? Wait, what? Just so you know, there was a possessed box inside of the floor. They're all supposed to spawn in, but this one's actually just inside of the floor. This is why we look. Found like 3 weirdo things that it's like, but why? Yeah. Oh, I'm not doing these story boxes, am I? I decided to give up on that, right? I think so. Yeah, the possessed boxes move around until the Hierophant's active. It's just that one was sitting inside the floor. Why was it in the floor? Eh. Maybe it liked the floor. Uh-uh. So you find this happens a lot. There's a bunch of stuff that's just inside the Whimsy Wonders building. It's not even actually in a particular room. Nice. Some map must got messed up. Well, everything else is currently located where it's supposed to be. So there's that. I don't think I hear about sorting the rest of this crap into the right rooms necessarily. Because, yeah, the Hierophant thingies. These are not even supposed to be here. These are a spline. These need to be actually converted off of being splines too. Oh, you know. I gotta do all these. Optimization takes so incredibly long. But I mean, it is what it is. Oh, it's not the new F-Deck one, I guess. Sure. You never want to leave splines in the world because ever since 5.4 they give errors. They didn't used to, but they're also heavier, so you really don't want to leave them anywhere if you can avoid it. All this crap that's just sitting in the wrong locations. So where is the safari room when you need it? These should be in the safari room. Like just a whole bunch of crap just got stuffed out in the middle of nowhere again. For reasons I don't understand. Oh, new life room in the name, so it should make it easy to find. I don't know what happened when all these ones just aren't their things anymore, but it's kind of weird. Would it be awkward if I level instanced every single room? Half tempted. Never have to sort again. We would just edit room by room. That'd be the worst choice I ever made either. This wall doesn't even hit the ceiling. I don't know why it's so low, but it is. That's the exterior of the building. Of course, that one's not gonna hit there. It's fine. Yeah, nasty headache today. Quite obnoxious. Seems good. As I boldly try to figure out what's wrong with every one of these weird things just being in strange places. It's like everything that was supposed to be in these rooms has just kind of been thrown out of those rooms. I see. Oh, I don't gotta sort all these necessarily. I just wanted to kind of sort the others and then just select everything in age load that's in the building. Some of these might be in the wrong location, but we'll see. I'm used to the don't H load thing here. Actually, we'll create a new folder for these. Don't want to H load those. I see from yesterday I'm doing a battle system, but really just fell on me again. Need to consider my options yet again. Let's see. Why do you have to consider your options? I mean, like, it sounds way more serious than, you know, an invasion of baby shark. Which sounds pretty normal. Never underestimate Baby Shark. That should help a lot there. None of those are exploded. Perfect, perfect. Oh. I can't find anything. Thanks for the follow, Microbriz. How's it going? You got my follow goal. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, games. Games are always good. I'm busy H-loading things so that the stuff loads better? Question mark? Yes. Why do these have no things listed in them? Did you just move everything? Holy crap, you moved everything. 1 second. Oh, it's amazing. Yeah, I'll have to show you the thing in a second. I just messed up the ordering on this thing and wanted to make certain that it was, I basically pulled everything out of the folders by accident. And I want to make certain that they're back where they're supposed to be before continuing. Doesn't look like they are, though. Oh, they are. Okay. Whew. Disaster averted. Let's see. And yeah, let's see. Leppa said, yeah, it's kind of serious. You know, I'm just thinking of getting into the job earlier and planned on sending this to Megrat this weekend. Oh, wow. That's fast. Yeah. Let me give you the old tour. The default tour. It'll look even more awesome when I'm actually playing. Oh, thank you. The link's definitely in the pinned comment if you want to. I appreciate it. Ah. Let's close some of these extra windows here to speed this up. Alright. It's the game's called Poppet Quest. You're playing as a woman who's killed and her soul was stuffed into a doll, and she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store, which is basically like a theme park in a building, where at night all the toys are brought to life by a curse on the building, including you. The main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which is basically what powers all of your abilities. Can you steal the doll's dress? I mean, I think she's currently using it, but I'm just saying. Like, you want a dress? I mean, steampunk dresses, yo. Like Victorian steampunk, so if you're looking for a dress of that nature, that would be... Here, please look. This is the insanity effect. You start to lose your sanity, these start to appear. If you go back to light, you gain your sanity back. If your sanity hits 0, the curse takes you over and you lose, so don't let that happen. But going back to the light causes you not to gain curse power back, so you gotta balance between the two if you want through your leisure abilities. Oh, thanks. Uses tarot cards for abilities. Aha! Exactly what I'm hoping for. One of my inspirations. Bat, Little Nightmares, and any creepypasta about dolls. This is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. Oh yeah, squeaky toy. Huh. I love your excitement. Yeah, very, very cool world. This is the Magician. It's basically telekinesis. You can pick up small objects and throw them. You can also create cubes too. I make the noise myself. It also manipulates objects in the environment such as drawers, cupboards, windows, light switches, door handles, you know, stuff. Really? I got spawned on top of? I didn't even play a thingy? I'll be right back. My sanity back quickly. The game's only like 40% done or something, so there's lots of little bugs. We like her hat? Hell yeah, hat. I gotta make those things stop making that noise all the time. Because if there's a little bit noisier than they're supposed to be. I hate that it lives inside the drawer now. Just made a little home in the drawer. Like, yep, this is my drawer now. This is the toy room, so she's just explaining things. Also duck. Stealth mode. It's not really stealth, she's ducking. But it feels like stealth mode. And thus I feel much cooler for it. You can break stuff with the Fool and a lot of other stuff too, for that matter. So it's a steampunk game. There's a big old city out here. The old steampunk city. You can't leave the building because you're powered by a curse on the building, so if you leave the building you'll die, but... Well, I guess you'll just fall lifeless, not really die per se, but... Nothing to power you anymore, so... This is Temperance, it's a bubble wand. Hell yeah, hat. Swim does not work at point blank range, so to get far enough away to make it do something. I might make it work a little closer because of the fact that it's kinda a little far. Lots of testing going on. Sandy back a little bit. Whee! It's a bit laggy because my computer's not all that powerful. So streaming plus this plus Unreal Engine itself, it's a little much for it. Also, I'm kind of optimizing it right now, so this one's more optimized than a lot of them. The first chapter is about 95% done. I just need to add some story and a couple tutorials, I guess. That's about it. Otherwise, it should be pretty much ready to go play-wise. I guess I could balance it a bit. There's that. There's a Wheel of Fortune. Wheel of Fortune, you know, rolls dice. The black dice deal damage based on what they roll to enemies nearby, so try to land it by them. And try to roll well too, for that matter. I mean, it's random, but still try to roll well. And the white dice heal you based on whatever they roll. You don't have to be near the white dice though. I guess I can so far the Death Tarot is just a life-draining scythe, but it's got a cool scythe and a cool hat, so I clicked off the game. Oops. I gotta give them additional noises. They just spam their little noise over and over, and they could probably use a couple extras. Since it life drains, it's kind of overpowered at the moment. But you know, it's okay. Not everything's game ready yet. I'll still show them off anyway. Show off the moon. The moon's fun. It makes clones of Poppet here, and then you can detonate the clones to deal damage to stuff. They'll also attack the clones too. Oops, I clicked off the game again. Since they can kill the clones, they don't always live long enough to deal damage, but if they do... Oh, thanks. Doing okay so far. It was last Friday that I put it up on Steam, so it's... I mean, it's an exciting time, really. Looks awesome. Well, thank you. Getting beat up here. So mean beating me up. I see how it is. Here's the Empress. It's basically Bomberman. Mushrooms will grow, and then the blue ones will heal anyone nearby when they explode, and the red ones will deal damage to anything nearby. Try not to blow yourself up. As I blow myself up. Try not to do what I just did in there. It's bad playing. Yeah, I like this track. I recently swapped it out to this track. I was using the other track for too many rooms, and I was like, I'm gonna add an extra. So there are a lot of people who were killed and their souls were stuffed into dolls. One of her soul got stuffed in the paintings, and she lets you to travel to the painting world by jumping through paintings, and then that lets you go to other paintings that you've unlocked. Normally I would do that right now, but I have the wrong game mode enabled, so it'll random me to a different location, and that could just break the little tour, so I'll do it at the end. Running sideways because I know where I'm going. When you've done played this portion of the game so many times, you're like, oh, let's run it without looking. I actually jump through doors backwards a lot. You go just because I can. These are movable light cubes. They're exactly what they sound like, a light that's smooth around. There's only secrets I'm bypassing. Like there's a thing up there, there's a thing up there as well. Actually, did I move it? Should be up there. I will show you the bouncy couch though. Oh yeah, this thing is fires doll heads. Little gravity doll head thingy. Boing. Boing. There's like an ad break right in the middle of the boing. That's sad. We'll come back to the boing then. It is up there, I can see it. Yes, I can see my house from here. Everything portal's in now. We've upgraded our technology. By contacting the Protoss or something like that. Yay, outside world. It's not really outside, but it looks like an outside world. I need to give this a different color hat. It's too red. It just matches to her too much. This is the Hermit. Its main ability is that it leaves little things behind you, and then you can detonate them to deal damage to stuff. The fact that those explode but leave the wrong color thing is strange to me. Don't know what caused that. Ah, baby turtle goes into the pool. Yay! I need a bigger splash effect for it, but who cares? This is where you would get the Empress. You get these the tarot cards in the world from these little capsules. Called Mega Man capsules because it's just like Mega Man capsule. Normally water kills Poppet. There's a tarot card that protects against it later. But here the Empress is where you get it, and it has another ability where it can grow and shrink plants. I'm trying to give a traversal mechanic to every single one of the major arcana, so there should be 22 traversal mechanics and then 44 combat mechanics or combat-centric mechanics. Might not be a guarantee. There might be more traversals on certain ones and less on others. But I'm trying for one on each. Yeah, since I have all the tarot cards, I'm basically just skipping all the secrets. Other than getting keys that are necessary. You can break these if you want to. I mean, I'm just walking by them. Actually, I've been breaking them all the time, I guess. For the Empress, she wears a mushroom on her head. Very important. I do like the little mushroom hat. Well, no, I think the demo is just about ready. I just need to add in some explainers, basically. Bit of balancing. Bit of optimizing, I guess. I'll have to package it and see if it packages, of course. And now I've just been polishing the crap out of it, so that's all I do now, is just polish the thing. The demo ends at beating the first boss. Though I have all the way up to the first major boss. Basically, the entire first chapter is done. Which is... it takes about 2 hours without having... getting all the items and me knowing where to go and not having the story in, so... it'll probably take a lot longer when those aren't true anymore. And then... I have like, I don't know, about an hour and 20 minutes or something on the second chapter. The second chapter is huge. But it has a lot of empty rooms. Oh, I should probably say that she saves by jumping into toy boxes. Whee! You already saw the tarot menu. There's a map. I need to make it so that it shows where everything's at as far as things, but also if something is, you know, a boss thing, I guess I gotta put these in here. There's boss things, save things, stores, they'll appear on the map. And they're just like the Metroid slash, Castlevania Symphony of the Night style map. Only everything's in cubes because it's a building. But I might actually put, a grid pattern over the top of this. I think I probably will. Because it's, well, to be honest, kind of awkward how they're just all rammed together like this, right? Like, it's probably better with a grid. Or I can split them apart so that they're not quite next to each other. That's another option. Let me note of that, actually. I keep notes on things of what I'm supposed to do here. Let's see, add a grid to the new map and a regular map. So all that works. The collectibles works, so I haven't put in information form yet, so they don't show much there, but it shows which ones you've gotten anyway, so that's helpful. Saving works, loading works, all these things like that. I do have to put different pictures in for some of the locations, but all the options are there. They work. The game's pretty far along. Mostly just create content at this point. I did have to make a map recently, so that was not like content there, but that was just, I hadn't made that system yet. Okay, I'm just terrible at this for some reason. This is not the only way up. This is the shortcut way up. And it's just because I'm being impatient. I have a way of making my own game look way harder than it is. Hydrate. I've got alcohol. Is that hydration? I got my delicious alcohol right here. Maybe turn the fan on real fast though. I drank a bunch of water for the first couple hours of the stream. Now I'm just like, you know. That's usually what I do though. The moon can also destroy moon doors. Normally I'd have to go around, but I'm being lazy. I'm just showing up to old Patrick. The first boss. These are secret rooms I'm going through here. You don't have to go through the secret rooms unless you wanna. You'll probably want to, but I clicked off the game again. Gotta stop that. I'm so bad at no game. It just falls. These enemies actually emit light, making it impossible to curse back if they're nearby. You also can't run out of sand if they're nearby. Some of the weapons are horribly balanced because they're not even in the demo. They're not even in the first chapter. So I made a concept thingy, put some numbers on it, and said it'll be fine. Spoiler, it was not fine. They were way overpowered. There's actually secrets outside of windows and things like that too. Like if you want, you could go out there. Chris Wallace tell a story, but the problem is I recorded this audio with this AI thing like really quiet. I just wanted some placeholder audio, and it's too quiet, so you can't even hear it. I set it at like 10x the volume, and you can't hear it. Yeah. But it was gonna tell a story of a doll who came before you. Hopefully the little story will be interesting enough. Like it's broken into like 50 pieces. They're just little story bits. So every time you find one, you hear a little bit more. Then you can go back to the collectibles and check them out again if you missed what they said. I guess I already had equipped, huh? Fair enough. I let you unequip the hats if you want. Also, because there was a commercial break going on at the previous time when I went on this. Bouncy couch. Boing! Yay, bouncy couch! Hey Matt, how's it going? Hell yeah. See, the magician has a hat now. And a wand. Back in brother's wedding? Oh wow. Well, next time you see him, tell him congratulations. There's a pumpkin puzzle here. Yay. Just to show off that there are actually puzzles. I'm just skipping all of them because I'm a terrible person. I also don't need anything, so... all the sayings are random. It's just things. So how was the wedding? Oh, there's collision on there preventing me from going forward. Well, I guess it's good to find that out. Let me make a note of that one. I just added these things to this room, so fix the collision on the drapes in Patrick's room. How's the YouTube quest going? Oh, it's going okay. Let's see. I'm at 496 subs on YouTube. 4 off of the first level of monetization. Yesterday I had like 45 people watching on there when I logged off. Today I've got 14 so far. Slowly picking up on Kick too, for that matter. Some days are definitely bigger than others. There's like 22 total people watching between 3 things right now, so it's not like 0, but... See, it was good. The church is a strong foundation of born again, recovering addicts, so it's hyper religious. That's true. Addicts usually end up, like, every group I've ever seen for addicts is always incredibly religious, like just the most religious ever. That's cool. New Zealand says Haka. What is Haka? I don't know these things. Just assume I'm a dumb American because it's accurate. Drunk on the Holy Spirits? Fair enough. I guess I'll skip that puzzle because the super drapes are messed up. Show Patrick to the new person. I gotta give Patrick sound effects. Well, check it out, man. I have a map now too, so it shows where you've been. And later on there's an ability that reveals where the treasures are at too. That already works, it's just not currently active because I don't know. I do have to add these in. But yeah, every percent for every floor and a total percent for the game. These things have these cheaper than hard drugs, but he doesn't need to steal anymore. That is good. I approve of this. Sounds like he's really turned his life around. He got off, you know, his addiction. He doesn't steal anymore. He got married. Well, maybe that last one might not be good. Depends on how good the marriage rate is in your area. But I'm told it's a good thing. But the first two are definitely good. Still a bit judgy though? Oh. Eh, you know. Can't win them all. I guess you can, but it seems highly unlikely. I'm just terrible at throwing these straight. Are you trying to bite me? Get bonked. Ah, behold the creation cubes. Ah, you would not have this ability for this fight, though it's like a terrible projectile. Does so little damage. I could fight him fairly. If you fight him fairly, you're actually supposed to use like the Fool, the Empress, and Temperance. Fool can also go to giant size as its super ability. No, that was mean. I started learning Chinese this week. Why Chinese? Just wanted to? Going to China? There are a lot of Chinese people there to speak to? Is it like where California is basically Mexico? Where so Spanish is very useful here? No, that was mean. Oh, I also got a Steam page for the game. It's up and available for people to wishlist. I need a good trailer though. I just have some gameplay trailers up there, but other than that, the page looking pretty good. Kind of get them to detonate themselves. Usually without me standing on top of them, but that time I failed. Weird. I want those to explode, but the bounces probably makes them more threatening. Plus he already has exploding minions, so... These webs I'm not supposed to have against him. What a jerk. I always forget I have this dodge. You'd think I'd use it more, but I actually tend to jump the most to activate my dodge. Give the boss a good heal. I thought the boss was a little hurt, so I had to fix that. Potentially going to China in a month for a few weeks to a month. Nice! My friend will be there. Must be able to make basic communication. Not a bad plan. I wish I had any kind of ear for languages. I don't. I really don't. It's just dope. It's the saddest thing ever. I spent like 3 years trying to learn Spanish in various classes, and that might have been my mistake. I thought I could learn something at a school, which they don't. You can't learn at a school. But I remember none of it. Perfect. You're gonna sit there? Wow. Oh, ad going? Yeah. Aha, get wrecked, loser. Yeah. It's still an ad? Maybe? Yeah. 3 seconds. Okay, it's fine. Yeah. So you're saying China for a few months? Or 4 weeks to I'm sorry, you're going to China in a month for a few weeks to a month. Potentially. You want to learn how to speak basic communication there, which seems pretty good. As I was saying, I have no ear for languages. I wish I had a good ear at all, but I do not. It is in fact quite terrible. You can communicate and read in Japanese. See now, Why people gotta know all these languages? What's up with that? Most I learn is probably hard. It's a better way to learn, honestly. Like, you know, going and speaking the languages to people seems to be so much smarter to me than, you know, just reading it in a book or going to a class and trying to learn it that way. Practical application. I don't want this one, I want the Hierophant. Here's the Hierophant. It makes possessed objects behave. They're just kind of floating around doing their thing, but if it's active, you can use them as platforms. Otherwise, they throw you. Don't get thrown. You won't like it. Mostly just fall. Somewhere. In the Japanese ghetto for 6 years. Why'd you live in a Japanese ghetto? I have questions. Why would you do this? No. Portals vanished. Where are they at? That's weird. These went away. Guess I touched the thingy too. Interesting. My sanity back. But they keep despawning. I thought I fixed this bug. But they're not there. Wow. See what I gotta deal with here? What's up with that? And it's just going ham on me here. Should probably get my sanity back here. Not that one, this one. Won't hurt. Go back to the light. A star trades sanity for health or health for sanity, depending upon which way you spin it. Right now I'm spinning for health. That doesn't cost any curse power to use this to heal. Remember, super cheap, the location's convenient, which is dirty. Also really like people's reactions, and they found out I lived there. Huh. Fair, I imagine it was quite the surprise. All skills Japan, even the most dangerous part, is safer than most of the world. That's also pretty much what I've heard. Turns out it's relatively safe in old Japan. Well, it used to be. I guess they're getting a migrant problem now that's making it a little less safe, but I was told it used to be very safe. I'd definitely rather be there than most, you know, areas in the world if I had to pick. Oh. I don't know, but the American school is actually really safe for the most part. I know our fake media here sits there and hype, so, like, says all this crap about it, but you know, there's like tens of thousands of schools here. Just saying. There's really not. Be surprised. Like I say, you can't trust anything the media says here. It's just pure propaganda. This is really hard with these vanishing. Now, the teachers suck and the, you know, education's a joke. That's true. That is 100% true. They don't even bother to educate kids now there, but also don't go to the inner city ever. Just because cities suck, but besides that, yep, should be something of a tour for the people. Yeah, I'll probably end the tour right there because I try not to do too many hours of tour in a day. I'll probably have to run that like 4 or 5 more times tonight. Education in Japan isn't great. The school is good for building memorials in Japan, I suppose. That's fair. Well, in comparison to the US, everywhere's education is good. Our education really is as bad as it's actually worse than they say. They try to hide how bad it is. But it's terrible. It's real bad. In fact, you don't have to do anything to graduate. You can just actually, you don't even have to go. You just graduate after a certain period of time. Regardless. part of their no child left behind policy, so you can just never show up to the school, and eventually they just give you, you know, that you just graduate. It's that bad. That's true. Real bad. You can also learn more from, you know, a month on YouTube than you can in, like, you know, 12 years of school here. I think schools in India are great. Canada's pretty good when I was young, at least. No, that's fair. I lived all over the place. Yeah, I mean, anywhere's got to be better than here. Our education is a joke. Oh yeah, I don't think that schools serve a function anymore. I just don't. If they're not going to teach you anything, they're just like daycare, essentially. But they don't even do that, because they don't even care if you show, so... the hell they even do here? YouTube, you can at least learn skills, and if you're not willing to learn skills, then going to a school isn't going to teach you anything either, because you're not going to want to learn there either. So it's like, what function do they serve besides wasting money? And I can't name one. You have to have more determination and passion for self-learning. Yeah, well, it's just it. But it's true even in a school. Like, if you don't want to learn, you're not going to learn. Like, it's that simple. You aren't going to learn. If you want to learn, you will. I don't argue that school's only good for theory and not practical. YouTube's actually the practical one, because you can see tutorials on how to do things and then go do it yourself right then and there. You just get to do it. Whereas, you know, in a school, they just show you some books. So YouTube is just outright a better learning tool. I don't even consider a school a learning tool in general, because of just the fact that there's no practical and they're worthless. I mean, I agree. The university classes are also not worth it. Completely meaningless. All the knowledge is right there. You'll spend all this time going to a class, doing some pointless, you know, busy work that will not cause you to learn anything. Whereas the YouTube video, you'll just follow along, do what they say, and you'll have practical knowledge and you'll learn something, and it will cost you nothing and be much faster. But if you don't use the resource, of course, it's never going to be valuable, but yeah. It's definitely a thing. Should fix this problem. Yeah, I learned so much in, you know, a year on YouTube. It's responsible for me being able to do a lot of programming and all my game dev stuff here. And as a result, my project's more impressive than a lot of people who've gone to school to do this, because I was building the whole time, getting practical knowledge, and they were not. Are you seem to be better at Googling, and that skill is transferred to being able to communicate with AI more effectively? Yeah, I suppose it's fair. But it really doesn't take much to teach someone to communicate with an AI. It's not really a particularly hard skill. The AI is trained to be able to communicate with you, so... and it's only getting better at it. But I mean, that can be taught by just simply a little bit of messing with the AI. I mean, it doesn't take a lot to figure out how to ask it the right questions. You just change up your things. I actually was testing it recently too, because I was like, okay, well, let's test this out, see how it goes. I wanted to solve a math problem I was having with vector math that just I couldn't solve. Too many levels deep, and my vector math sucks. So I'm going to say it. I kept playing with it. Its solution wasn't very good, and it was wrong many times over. So I had to keep re-asking the question in a way that made better sense. So, you know. But it did eventually give me the vector math, even though it was completely worthless for stuffing it in the code. Yeah, vector math is hard. I don't have any formal education in vector math. I'm learning vector math as I go, and let me tell you, not very good at vector math. Just is not. But basically, all I did was, instead of the Googling thing that I would have done to solve the mystery thing to build the mini map, I just went and asked it what the vector math was. Well, actually, what the math was, basically. You know, I just couldn't figure it out. Yeah, there you go, see? Yeah, vector math is hard. So thankfully the AI was like, here's the math. Even though again it can't, for programming it sucks because it can't really account for my entire game. So I had to basically take the math that it provided and use that in there, but basically design everything else because it was all but worthless for that. But no way I can give it all the information. But it did come up with the math, so. It also tried to suggest a lot of nodes that didn't exist, which was pretty funny. I was like, that's not a real node. Okay, we'll use this one. That's not a real node either. All right, well, we got it eventually. And thus, the minimap was created, which turned out to be so much harder to make that style of minimap than I thought it would be. I had no idea how hard it was going to be. Not at all. I could just split the, well, I can just put a grid over the top. It's probably easier to put a grid over the top. Is it possible to make the grid just visible? Wait a minute. Is there a shortcut here? There might be. I'm resting for a second thinking of vector math functions, and I think I can steal most of it. 3D vector math makes my head hurt a little bit though, yeah. Well, most of the time that's what I'm dealing with, is the 3D stuff. This was actually just 2D vector math, but it was just too many different, I didn't understand how to get the calculation for the center of a particular widget based upon each of the parents like that. There was like this big chain going on, and once I was explained kind of the method for the first level, it was pretty easy to get the remaining levels figured out, but I had no idea about the math to figure it out. It makes sense once I was told. I was like, oh, okay, that makes pure sense. But at the time, I was like, I have no idea how to get this information. The calculations are too hard. I am too dumb. But in my defense, I did go through U.S. public education, so read as the lack of education. Just saying. Just saying. Actually, I can test it on the map menu. I guess the grid is actually on those. Can a grid be made visible? It might be able to. Now the grid is visible, it just doesn't show the lines. Oh, it's actually that by that? Okay. Yeah. But yeah, anyway, thankfully I don't have to do a lot of math, so every once in a while. Usually the worst vector math that I have to do is figuring out which way I need to launch a character for something. On average, not that hard. What's the fastest way to make a grid? I mean, the fastest way would actually be to split them up. by pushing them apart, and that creates a fake grid. That is true. That does create a fake grid. I might have to play with some numbers if I do this, though. Like if I do... let's say... like this and add 100 to each one. That creates a fake grid. But can I edit it somewhere else so I don't have to do it on each one of those? I don't want to do it 8 times. Of course I could test it without doing it that way. I assume that's not what would happen. So I noticed you haven't really been streaming that much lately, or I just haven't caught you. I was like looking to see if you were around so I could raid you, and you just haven't been around. You've been busy with this real life stuff I hear about? It immediately goes into an ad break as soon as I ask that question. Of course it does. Why wouldn't it do that? Indeed, indeed. Why wouldn't it do that? I don't think I need to change it anywhere but those. Put 800 here. It wouldn't do anything like that. Fair enough. Only limit streaming what would be Friday mornings for you? Oh, okay. Get affected by Saturday? Most people don't. I think that's why it's like such a low-paying slot. Or ads pay nothing, because, you know, I remember one day I had like an average of 30 viewers that day, and I think I made like $7 off of ads on like a 10-hour stream. It's either like the lowest paying slot in the world, or ads pay nothing. Take your pick. Take your pick. You invite to stream with it? Yeah, but you definitely should. I need more people to raid Drews. I may do raid some cool people, but there's definitely plenty of days where I'm just like, I need someone to raid. Like no one I know is on, and then I gotta sit there and look for someone, and I hate that. Because then when I have to look for them, then I gotta go, okay, is this one good? Is this one good? And then I'm gonna have to sit there for a bunch of time, and chances are, if it's been like 10 plus hours of stream, I have to get up for like in 6 hours to work. I don't want to sit there and chat for a bunch of time for some new streamer, but I feel bad if I don't. So I'm just like, yeah, early Saturday morning for me now. Yeah. 1:29 a.m. Saturday morning. Early. I guess I'll just add 100 padding or something like that. Actually, wait. No, that's fine. Let's just see what that looks like. Maybe I prefer having the padding there, and I'll do it on 1. I don't think I have to change anywhere else. If there is someplace, I don't know where. I'll have to look and see if that one's screwed up. Last night I was working on making a SRS flashcard system for learning Chinese. It's 8:30 p.m. Saturday evening. You're like so far ahead. Does this look better with the lines in between them or not? Is I think the question on the map. Like, is that better with that? I assume it is, because you can tell you're in a different little thing. As opposed to before, you couldn't. Yeah, you're like a future person. That's weird. I don't know about this future thing you speak of. I don't understand it. No, sir. I don't like it. I guess I do like it better with the grid separated out like this. A little less good on the mini-map, but even then, it just tells you if you're in a different room, which is kind of helpful. So you at least have an idea where the borders of them are? All right, fine. I mean, listen, it's Europe. It's not like their education system's any better than what's over here. Take that, Europe. To be fair, Europe encompasses a lot of places. But also, to be fair here, the U.S. is like as big as Europe. So, education around here can also be pretty varied too. But where I grew up, it was trash. California is garbage for education. You might as well not even bother. Kind of like with me just typing the wrong, leaving a zero out there. Might as well not even bother. Visual feedback's always good, isn't it? Yeah. I think visual feedback is very handy. That's fair. I mean, they're all over the place. Like each of the locations there. It's kind of like people asking about some particular state here that I don't know about. I mean, I don't know what goes on in most states. The states basically act like their own little countries most of the time. With completely different laws that can just screw you over. Nice. Was there European education? That's fair. Yeah, their education is... Well, I mean, I guess to be fair, I don't really know what their education's truly like. In all fairness, I also don't care what their education is like either. That is true. Imagine, I don't even care what the education's like in Nevada, and that's right next to California, so I mean... That's true too. Yes. Yes, indeed. I kind of work into this theory. If it doesn't affect me, I don't worry too much about it a lot of times. I guess if it doesn't, if it affects someone I know, I kind of care more. But if it doesn't affect anyone I know or whatever, like, yeah. I mean, it's interesting sometimes just from a let's talk about it perspective. I mean, I definitely blew this one woman's mind away when I explained to her like what education was like here, and she was down in oh gosh, some country in South America. Was it Brazil? It's been a couple years, but like she was just going over how difficult their education system was, how many hours they did. This went over the whole thing, and then I'm just like, well, you know, the U.S. you don't even gotta show up and you just graduate. She was unhappy, but I don't know why though. She got an education, so you know, it's not like her education was actually worth a damn. So I mean, hey, you know, whatever, right? That's. I would have rather gotten an actual education of value. I tried to get an education through there, but again, they didn't. It was better when I went to school. It's only gotten worse. But even then, I was still going to school when they did the No Child Left Behind policy, where there was no way to fail graduation. So, I mean, and that was, I mean, come on, I'm 44 now. So, I mean, that was a long time ago. And so, you know, at least like 30 years, it's been that way where you can just graduate by not even showing up. It's pretty bad. To be fair, that's a California education thing. That might not be true in every state. But California is the dumpster of the U.S. New York's pretty bad too, from all that I've heard. Age schools are tough for art. Yeah. Asian schools were legendarily hard because they educate their children because they care. And yeah. Here, education. That's normal. Ain't no education here. We don't need no stinking education. I was also a terrible student, but that's okay. Well, I guess that's not true because I was in the honors program, so it was for at least a couple of the years. I need to go to college a year early, so I really wasn't a bad student. I just, actually, I went to college a year early just so I could get away from our worthless high school. Jesus, that thing was terrible. Like, it was bad news. Yeah, I like it broken up better. I really do. It just, the ability to see where things are at makes such a huge difference. And it's always going to be this shape because it's a building, so, you know, it's not like it's going to be a weird shape at any point. I guess the bottom floor could be weird, but I'm not doing that. They punish our children for existing? Fair. I wasn't a terrible student. I've gotten better as I've gotten older, I think, but I don't like classes. Like, I didn't learn anything in the classes. Every time I did any learning, it was always outside of the class, and I went there to be a body sitting in a seat. Yeah, that was it. And that's because they would try to educate to the lowest common denominator, but the lowest common denominator was retarded. So you're just like, that kid ain't getting it. That kid, like, they're not even like developmentally disabled. They're just stupid. You're just like, they don't want to be here. They ain't gonna learn it. Are we really gonna wait till that kid picks it up? Oh my god. So I do all my cool stuff outside of class. But I didn't have access to YouTube at the time because YouTube didn't exist. If YouTube had existed, where I would be in life would be so different. Like, people don't realize the advantage they have with the ability to learn anything by just going to a website and there it is in video form. You had to pay for that feature back then, and it was hard to find anything, so it's crazy. Great at learning, bad at conforming. Yeah, there you go. See, that's what schools are. They're mostly there to make you conform to doing what they want you to do, which is not learn. Been handed my homework, but could answer all the questions asked. Yeah, I did my homework the night before. So, my high school, like, you know, was 4 years of high school, right? So the first year, I was in honors. I got really sick the second year. Ended up in summer school that year because I was just sick the whole time. Terrible. I decided to then do homeschool through the high school like that. So then I sit around to kind of just faff off whatever I want. And every day the night before, I would do the entire week's worth of work within 3 hours. And then turn it in the next day. Thus proving how worthless it was. A whole week, because of the entire curriculum. And then my final year of high school, I went to college instead through one of the programs because I realized I was never going to learn anything of value at that place, and I just wanted out of it. And that was my high school. I had to sit in class for effectively like 1.5 years because I was sick for like half a year. And then did homeschool, so didn't have to go there at all. And then, you know, college, so. I think I graduated with like, it was, I think it was like a 4.02 at grading, 4.2 average or something. It was weird how they calculate it because the college courses counted better than others. So I definitely had better than a perfect, you know, thing, but only because of the way the college credits counted higher. But, and in all that, didn't learn crap. It's worthless. But I graduated like top of my class. So dumb. Yeah, I never paid attention to instructors. I just would sit there and tell them the answer to their dumb question and move on. They eventually just learned to stop bothering me because I would just make, you know, a fool of them every time. I know your answer. Here's your answer. Nobody else in the class knew the answer. So. Ah, school. May all of those people be lined up and shot. That's pretty much my opinion of the instructors I had. Actually, it's not the instructor's fault. It's mostly the administrative staff that was corrupt and worthless. I guess I'd say may they all step on a Lego repeatedly. Or PC, I suppose. To be completely fair, most of them are probably dead by now because they probably died from old age. I mean, to be fair, it has been... Like, when I graduated high school, I was 17. So that was 27 years ago, and most of them were, like, you know, in their 40s through 60s, so a lot of them are probably dead. Probably. Especially anyone who was old when I was, like, you know, in grade school. Isn't that a fun thought? It's been so long that all my teachers were probably dead. From old age. What was I working on with that weird thought? I just did this the tricky way. Do I want to act? I think I do want a thing that shows which tarot is equipped on the tarot menu. Oh, awesome! Thank you. Yeah. I can shout you out too if you want. I forget these are even things. Here, you can have a shout out too. Woohoo! There's only like 6 people watching at the moment. There's like 19 on YouTube. Only 1 on Kick. It's slow going on Kick. Twitch has been like today and yesterday has been low viewership. Super low. The day before that was super high, so this is random. And YouTube's mostly people sleeping as far as I can tell. They never talk. Or they just like to do that. It's pretty not a chat system. That's fair. I pretty much spent all my free time working on the game. I was gonna have all this stuff for my stream and everything, but then I simply realized that I never pay attention to that stuff normally anyway. I'm doing streams too, so I'm just like, eh. If I don't even notice it myself, okay. I probably should notice it more, but I mostly just show up and chat with people. Yeah. I shout out people who raid me a lot of times. If someone wants a shout out, I'll shout them out, but usually in most cases it's like the same group of people over and over and over, right? So shouting them out almost doesn't do anything because it's like the same people all the time. It's like when I told Fox, I was like, you don't gotta shout me out, man. Anyone who's gonna follow me in your group has long ago done so. It's fine, man. You don't gotta do that. This is all good. Just make whatever you feel like. That's fair. I'm just hard pressed to get this done. I have such a clock over my head for everything that it just kind of... I prioritize this over everything. If it didn't have that massive clock over my head, it'd be a different story, but I most certainly do, because I want to get the Epic Mega Grant. I need to have a working demo, some kind of hype video for it, a trailer at the very least, and a budget set up by, and I have to have it in their hands by September 22nd. So, you know, kind of all that matters to me now is, can I get it? No, I got to get that done because, I mean, there's potentially a lot of money on the line. I'm going to try to get 25K out of them if possible. So, I mean, they won't necessarily give that to me, but I'm going to try. You can try for as high as 75K, but I assume your game had better be something special to get 75K out of them. I don't think it's happening. Got a few followers from Fox Shouts? Yeah, I didn't originally. No, I don't really. Thing is, vocal people are the group you're looking at. It seems like the same people. Yeah. That's fair. I just kind of collect followers as I go. I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, they are. I mean, YouTube's a prime example of that. I need an image toward the top of this. Yeah, I usually don't worry about it. The only time I even cared about followers was getting the first 50. After the first 50, I stopped caring. It's like on YouTube. I want 1,000 subs. After I get 1,000 subs, I don't care anymore. I mean, they'll show up over time. I just want monetization. After I get monetization, I don't care. Because, I mean, I'm slowly going to gain them no matter what I do. So I'm not that worried, but... And I mean, I gain, you know... I don't know, it looks like I gain between 1 and 5 followers a stream. Just by doing what I do. Just checking on the old... Well, yeah, it's just... It's 68 follows in the last 30 days, so... Actually, I guess it effectively is like 2.8. Oh, well, I appreciate the lurk. And for, you know, chatting with me. Always cool. Say you have to stream more often so I can raid you. Card time looks amazing. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I need a thing to indicate it being active. And I'm not sure what I'm going to use it. I might already have something that gets the job done, so before I make a graphic, I'll just see if I have a graphic. I'm a big fan of recycling if I don't have to go out of my way to do anything special. I got a little Ouija board thingy I could put on top of it. Lots of things that didn't turn out. Actually. The Ouija board might be pretty good. I have all these icons. I can put a game token on it. That'd probably get the job done. We'll set this as like 20 or something, so it's way high. Wait. Oh, you're up in the corner, aren't you? Center me, baby. Center me long time. I could also just change the color rather than show an image. I could also do both, too. Get that picture perfect alignment. I'm not sure I like this as much as I like the little thing like that, but at least it would show it's equipped. Well, it's the currently active indicator. We'll set the visibility as hidden for now. And then we're going to go over to here. Just going to drag all this down and put it on a giant one here. I don't know ways, but I hate things being directly on the grid. So many things that are just like quality of life things. That'd be the polished stuff they never tell you about. The good news is you only have to polish a lot of these things once, because later chapters are going to use the same menu system. It's not like the later chapters are going to be different. So, but that first time, they're going to have to be much nicer. So we're getting... This isn't one, right? Or is it? It most certainly is not. Nope. Well, parent Richard, I'm done. This is not even connected to anything. Are you connected here? Well, if it wasn't connected, then it obviously hasn't been necessary, because it's been like that for, I don't know, probably a month. So if it didn't matter then... Oh, I can just call Poppet and get active tarot, really. True. What's right here? So for each of these here, it's just checking for the first one, the second one, and the others. Add another one here. Put this at the bottom. Get this. Wait, really? That's where it comes from? Well, Poppet has it, so you just get it from that. Alright, if this is equal. Hey, Killer Cutie, how's it going? Took a nap? Nice. What's sleep like? I no longer remember. Just saying. I don't remember thing. Yeah, right. If it is active, non-hit testable. Yes. Also want to print string this just so I suspect this isn't going to turn out the way I want necessarily. Because this might not be written as I want. So let's see if it is. I got a second one too. Just like that. Sleep is nice. And the most recent surgery, I feel like an narcoleptic. I see. You had a surgery? Well, I'm glad it went well, whatever the surgery was. That's hopefully it wasn't anything too serious. There you go, it's easy. I don't know if I like the indicator, but as you can see, the indicator is there just fine. Wasn't too bad? That's good. Be no good if it was a bad one. I mean, no surgery is good, but there's plenty of levels of how bad it could be. Hmm. Don't like the symbol very much. Could just be a regular exclamation on it too, but the other thing's so colorful and this is so not. Like an old picture of Poppet. Oh, it was a recent surgery. Oh, okay. I thought it was like a long-term thing where you just felt like an narcoleptic after that. It's just a terrible surgery. Definitely better that it was a more recent surgery and that, you know, it might not be a permanent problem. Oh, I was fixing this first. Getting sidetracked by various other crap. Like a smaller indicator. It doesn't got to be like this massive thing. I mean, you can tell that it's got a little indicator on it to say what you got equipped, right? Yeah, that might be a little small, but maybe like 50. Well, it says the name on the bottom, so I guess I prefer that be up in the top corner. Because the number's top center, and then there's a bottom thing there, so... But the number doesn't even matter that much. Yeah, it's super recent. Last week recent. Damn. That's probably good enough for the indicator. Could have just color coded it though. Still not terrible. A huge, usually a good one. You could also just take out the vibrant, so saturation is nothing. Make it a 0 and just make it gray. Oh. I just want a different picture entirely. Or a little Poppet indicator on it. I usually just put Poppet as an indicator for anything to show what she's actually using. Maybe that's better. Would it be? Might have just been better to color it a different color. That indicator's way too small. Because the other one was so fat. I mean, it tells you to mouse over them what they are, so it's not like you even need to have the indicator written there. You ever played a Metroidvania? I mean, with the obvious Metroid games, there's all the Castlevania games after Castlevania Symphony of the Night, which are pretty common. I enjoy Bloodstained a fair amount. Hollow Knight's a Metroidvania, famous one. If you're looking for like a 3D Metroidvania, then like the Batman Arkham games would be a good example, and even the Tomb Raider remake games are basically Metroidvanias, so I don't know if I like this indicator much. This picture is kind of a crap picture. I mean, it does indicate that that's the one equipped, but it's not very obvious because it's hard to see the picture. Kind of like having pictures of Poppet for everything. I gotta render some of the pictures of Poppet though, basically, is what I'm hearing. The Popster. I have played as Dracula getting women. I see. Oh my. Drac do be getting the women. This thing is huge, so it's not about the image being too big, it's about me displaying it. Well, actually I could just do a small like face instead. I gotta render a bunch of pictures of her. I really do. Eh. I mean, honestly, price like 250 by 250 on this one. We'll just save that as a PNG and move it in. No, I'll save it off screen. So I can keep my secrets for the game. Yes. Of which there is much. Yes. Yes, indeed. Oh, hey, Victor, how's it going? Stuff goes good on my end. I'm adding some improvements to things. Like now, enemies portal in instead of using that horrible particle that just took up most of the screen. The map now has grids on it, so this way you can actually kind of see where things are at, so they're spaced apart. I'm adding an indicator to show you which tarot is equipped. I mean, pretty much, yeah, it's just... I'm sure I did other things. I don't remember what they were, but there were things that happened. Fixing some bugs. So, you know, good stuff. Yeah. Yep, keep my KFC recipe. Hell yeah. Now, my biggest concern is I try not to spoil story things for people in chat. I mean, you don't know, like, for instance, you don't know Poppet's actual name. You don't know what Poppet looked like as a human. I mean, you don't know much of the story bits. You don't know anything in the 4th chapter. I've kind of, left out a lot of things that were near the end of the game because I don't want to spoil them for you. Like, I don't mind spoiling early stuff in the game. Yeah, sure, whatever. I mean, I have to spoil something no matter what, but I'm really trying to avoid the story payoffs being spoiled. Think of that? Everyone tells you how much I love gravy? Well, not really, but yeah, I mean, gravy's good. Good old mashed potatoes and gravy sounds great right now. Unfortunately, it's 2:10 a.m., so it's not like I could find it in the town if I wanted to. Actually, that's totally incorrect. Denny's is actually open. I could go to Denny's and get it and get food poisoning at the same time. That is actually an available option. I'm just saying. They'll even DoorDash it to me if I want, you know, food poisoning on the go. Wouldn't this indicator be better? Probably. Yeah. I don't eat fast food myself, but it's because it doesn't taste very good. But yeah, you know, the KFC here is... Oh, God. Don't eat at the KFC here. Don't do that to yourself. Holy crap. How's that place not closed from, you know, health inspections? I have no idea. Jesus. Terrible. I'd go to a diner. There's plenty of diners around here, and some of them are actually not terrible. I mean, it's not as good as the Mexican places around here, which we have a billion of, but the diners are pretty good. Yeah, I like the larger indicator better. The other one was just so tiny it was hard to tell. I definitely need to do a bunch of renders. I'm just going to use Poppet as an indicator for everything. Because custom graphics are so much nicer than things I got out of Humble Bundles, right? So I'm just going to make a point of doing that in the future if I can. Every time I can edit out graphics that I didn't make. With little effort, if I can get away with a DAS render. Alright, let's add that indicator now. That wasn't even on my list, but... Never mind, that was totally on the list. It was right here. I mean, it tells you outside of the menu, but it's just one more additional thing to do. Paintings don't show up as a collectible, you... Really? Why is this? My plan here is to do all the coding stuff at, like, on screen, and then all the boring enter the information in for everything, probably off stream. But maybe not. But either way, I'm gonna have to get all that together. So I just need to make certain this stuff works, and then maybe this weekend I'll do all that garbage that nobody wants to see. At the very least, I'll write it all, even if I don't put it in the game yet. I need all the descriptions for the items before Patrick, basically. So I need those. I'll probably do some like AI voices to act as placeholders and get those ready and just use those for showing off to Epic. Not for the finished game, but... I'm, you know, trying to get money from Epic so I can pay for things like voice actors. Yeah. I was working on... oh yeah, why the paintings didn't work on the collection menu. That's interesting. Why wouldn't you work? Kind of cool putting story and lore and everything like that. Before I was like, oh, you know, more concerned about, but as I've been going along, I've been writing various story things along the way and coming up with more things that have been built on these levels. So it's more easy to write a story if I know the location that's going to be at. So I can make like all these really big events and everything, but there'll be little contextual events that I just can't write because I don't know where they're going to be. And a good story takes into account the environment you're in, and yeah, okay, she's in the building and all that, but I have like a vague notion of what each floor is going to be and some of the things that need to be on it. But there'll be like little side weird rooms and stuff that was just like... Mm. But the main story is basically written with me just needing to put in the contextual filler stuff. Well, not like filler stuff, but the stuff that's not the main story bits. Not that I think that there'll be that incredibly large amount of story, but there'll be some. It is a Metroidvania. They aren't famed for story, and it's not like Poppet has many to talk to, so a lot of times she'll just be talking to herself. Or Tinka. There's occasionally some toys that are not insane, but there aren't very many. All right, so doesn't even have any of those. Oh, never mind. It's summoning in something else. Why were you? And these are made when it's spawned, right? So collection defined. The collection defined is set here. Alright, so it's looking for paintings. It's called painting. It's cool when the game gets all polished up. You start to have all these, you know, things that just are such quality of life that just weren't there before. So you can tell your project starts to get really mature. When quality of life is a thing you care about. And not just, oh, I gotta make this system. I guess I have them unlocked already, sure. Do I? Oh, I think they're already in the list is the problem. The way I have it programmed, they can't be in the list at all. The list has to be empty. Oh. Oh, I think in the next ad break, I'm going to take a quick bio break, too. It should be, I don't know, in a minute or two. Aha, a bot over on Kick. We do love bots on Kick. It's not like I've banned you one today yet. Gotta ban them quick. Wait. Do I have to reset Kick? This is stupid. Kick is the only place I've ever seen that will log me out mid-stream. I'm still streaming on Kick. But I've been logged out. Let me fix this real fast. Give me a second. Gotta use the authenticator on my phone in order to log into Kick. But my phone is also the camera. And if one is not up, it will oh, yeah, Kick's been logged, sure. If the website doing the camera thing isn't the thing that's currently active, then it won't send the information over, so it'll just freeze the camera or make the camera vanish. Now I can't ban them for some reason. There we go. That's pain. I have 34 followers on there. Hell yeah. Going faster than my current YouTube subs, which I've not moved in a couple of days. Actually lost one yesterday. I'm so close, and then nope. So let me remove these from Poppet here. I'll be right back. I used this for boss music in a game I was making ages ago. It never got finished. That was a wild fight. It's like a boss who could actually construct whole maps throughout the fight. It would make whole new maps around you over and over and over. It's pretty epic. I like the ideas behind that game, but it'd be interesting to make it in Unreal. The mechanics have worked better for top-down, though, unfortunately. So. Actually, right here, I could have collected that. Whatever. Yeah, clean these out. Don't clean those up. Clean some of them out. I always just start you with a new life room since you don't have the ability to unlock it without the magician. I lean so hard on the magician in this game. I kind of feel like I should lean less hard on it. But it's just one of the oldest tarots, so it's just had a long time to become useful. A lot of mechanics are built around it. Like I see, the oldest one was the Devil, which then got a remake way later on, and then the Magician, and then I believe the Sun Tarot, which is still a pile of crap. I remember the order I made the other ones in. I'd have to look. Why did I make them in? I know the original version of the Chariot was somewhat early, but it's not the earliest, or it's not that early. There was an early version of Wheel of Fortune that rotated objects in the world. Took it out because it was... I'm not saying it's worthless, I'm just saying I don't know why it's necessary. Basically, the Magician kind of served the same function. Yeah, the Fool was probably next, I think. Because he used to be a giant sucker. It's fun to think about the how things used to be. I remember a lot of it. I mean, this has just been my life lately, so I just remember all these things. Actually, let me see what I'm looking at. This map here. That's what I care about, not the other. Yeah, the painting there. Disaster averted. I definitely got to make the other game into like a completed game because it had fun mechanics. It needed a better engine, to be honest. It was the engine's fault for being trash. It was the main RPG maker, so I mean, it's not. It was so hard to get it to do what I wanted. I'm just like, you know, if I just had a good engine. I made a mock-up of it in Unreal Engine in I think like a day. What took like a year plus, and now I guess it took me like a week to make it, but it took like a year plus to make it an RPG maker. Maybe longer than that, maybe even 2 years. It took forever. And I'm really just like, I got you, bro. Some of these tracks were pretty good. No, I'm not sure. Not sure about this game, but for this game, I mean. Remove all these bugs from this list here. I think I can have the demo done for this in 2 weeks. It really is just a bunch of crap I need to put in. Dump some story things in certain points. I probably need to gussy up the dialogue system too to look better. Even the other game I was making had time-based mechanics, really. I mean, this has the whole sanity curse thing like that. And the other game had the world was just being disintegrated out from under you. You just had to run really fast because you're like, uh-oh. Of course, now I could probably do something closer to like Bastion or something for how they set it up. But disintegrate the world that way. I actually have an idea for how that game could be really cool. Well, if this game does badly, and I decide not to make a second Metroidvania, which would be probably a bad decision because, you know, I would have so much stuff already ready to go that I could just build content on top of it, so. I suppose I could recycle some of the systems, but eh. Alright. So this building here is just crammed in the side of here. And just needs to not be where it's at. Like, I think it just needs to be gone. In fact, there was a tiny building inside it. Okay, you see wherever that nav mesh is, make it go away, please. Please be to making nav mesh go away. I could just remove this dumb crap out the front of that. Of course, this one's gonna get in the way too. Because at some point it's always going to be a problem. I did borrow their ones there because I didn't feel like making my own. I considered making my own, but again, that might be part of the polish phase where I go back and improve things, right? Like, I'm not opposed to improving things, but you know. I definitely want a version of it out there first, and then I go along and mess with it later to make it better. Just in case I don't have time to get back to it. Should be helpful there. It's just the little side bits that are a problem. I might make the middle section, the third chapter a Western area. I'm thinking about it. I really don't know if I want to recycle a steampunk city for outside, anything like that. I mean, kind of like, I don't know. I have a surprising amount of Victorian things and Western stuff, so I could probably make dreams come true. Make Western versions of all this crap. It really just comes down to, is it going to be a steampunk or a Western? I guess Victorian or Western. The Victorian, yeah. Well, originally, like, I designed all my characters with the Victorian era in mind, but then had to move the time frame ahead because I didn't have the right assets to make it work. all the steampunk assets were like, you know, referencing things that were really far in, and you know, plastic didn't get widespread use until like, you know, in the 1900s, you know, like 1920 or something like that. You saw a lot more plastic in used in things, so a lot of stuff there is just like, it's now more like Bioshock Infinite type of steampunk as opposed to straight up Victorian. I mean, it's not, you know, Earth, so I don't have to adhere to it completely, but you kind of want to keep the style, right? You know, I mean, keep the style sort of right. I'm just slowly removing all the everything on these. Yeah, which way are you facing? That way? Well, these are just in pure pieces. Well, let's see if I can get through without changing much else. It's basically impossible to get a cube through this area. And it's pretty trash garbage to this area too. But I can move this over and I can play around with this a bit too. Oh, I could have been using these in order to put stuff in the water in that other place too. Huh, I could have been recycling. Damn. Curse you, abomination collision. But yeah, like I have so many Victorian character designs. I'm keeping the character designs, but they're definitely a little dated, I'd wager. Now you can actually get it through there. It was impossible to get it through before. I couldn't do it. Yeah, now you can carry it around. That was all I cared about. All right, here. How's this looking? Pretty good. What's funny is Poppet's design actually came about because I had an NPC I made for a town. Her human look. And she got turned into a character. And then later on I made the first version of Poppet's doll first though, that's true. But the first version of Poppet's doll looked wildly different. Wildly different. He was an ugly doll too. She looked like the female doll from Nightmare Before Christmas. I can't remember her name. Sally, I think, was her name. She had a similarity to that. That's what people always think when they see her. She was regrettably not very attractive. She had the stitching that Sally did. Let's see if I can find her. She was not a very attractive doll by any stretch. Oh yeah, here was the original version of Poppet, by the way. So she had like stitching. You can't see the stitching in various parts of her, but you can kind of see it. She's a little less than pretty. There can get better stitching of her. Stitching. There you go. Her like reaching out towards the window. You could see like the stitching on her like that. She wasn't very attractive. And this was like for a game jam for RPG Maker. Ice Wednesday. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, she was designed to be a creepy doll. She wasn't supposed to be like super attractive. They're like sitting by her window, which came out kind of a cool picture, actually, to be honest. All pictures. Daz do be doing the good stuff. But her being picked up during the day. So, I mean, you know, if I just wanted to render a whole army of these, I could have made like an entire animated, you know, series if I wanted, moving everything around. Would have probably actually done, it probably would have been a lot smarter because I could have had it done ages ago and made it where it was, you know, would do well on YouTube. Yeah, she was not attractive. A lot of the early stuff got changed a bunch. Yeah, she's okay. I mean, the new one's so much better looking, it's just a thing, you know? There was Bugaboo, the original final boss of the Game Jam game. I think, like, 2 people ever fought her. The Game Jam game was a broken mess. I learned I should have been testing it and made it shorter. Like, the game was way better than the other games in the Jam, but it was too broken. It needed the testing, because it could have easily beaten them had it not had the bugs. But unfortunately, though people liked what it was way too buggy to ever make it to the finals. Very sad. At least that was what the guy's review was, because one of the judges wrote this big old long review, and basically it came down to, this would be cool if it wasn't so buggy. It's like, fair enough. You're right, I should have tested it. But you can still play the crappy RPG Maker one that I had, like the last prototype I had. It's on my itch.io. If for some ungodly reason you want to play that piece of crap. I can even link it in case people really want to play the defunct version of Poppet Quest. I mean, it's a free download, so no. I can't say it's worth playing, but just in case. All three of them. That's not the original Game Jam version. I made a better RPG Maker version. It's very Diablo-like. Very Diablo-like. But this version is better. I think that was the only areas I was worried about. I was just really finicky getting those through there. And I was never able to carry a cube through there. I'm still going to keep working on this particular, making it better, but I really like how it's going. So we can cross that off the list of dumb crap. Blah, 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 right here. And I got rid of the something stuck in Anizon's building. But yeah, a lot of the early designs were... She lacked charm. She was okay, but she lacked charm. She really did. Why are you really in the ground? I have questions. Because she probably is not H-loaded like the building, that's what it was. Once I H-load her too, then she'll also appear in there. And thus Pirate Anizon will also be a thing. The Legend of Pirate Anizon. To grotto storage. Nice. Oh, easy. H-load. Some of the stuff in the RPG Maker version is going to make it into this version too. Some of the bosses. Some of the models, because I was doing renders of the models, but I had real models, so... For RPG Maker, it's obviously a 2D engine, not a 3D engine, so I was like, okay, well, I'll just render the models and animate them that way. And that was cool, but... this would be better. I think that'll fix the bug. Basically, to test it, I just need to open this door and a door out here, and then run far enough away so that the H-load figures it out. I'll run close and run far away. It's gonna be wild when I have like the first 2 chapters done, and just be like half the game done. Like that will just... I don't know. The progress in the game I'm pretty satisfied with, to be honest. And especially when some stuff I'm kind of like, maybe, I don't even know what I'm doing, but other stuff's like, I mean, I put some stuff in that I planned already. This is easily far enough away for the H-load because it's only 64, I think. Actually, is it? Because it looks like those... Well, actually, to be fair, a lot of things aren't H-loaded on this map, so... I should probably H-load everything so this way it runs better, because right now it's loading hundreds of assets. Like, how many assets is even loading? You can find out. There's like a 1,675 actors currently loaded. I guarantee you they didn't need to load anyone near that. But presumably the building was being removed and she wasn't. She was just hitting the world because of the H-load, so with them both being removed, they should have both appeared at the same time and she should just be standing. Or not. Well, to be fair, there are a lot of things in the H-load. There's 2,930 actors on this map. It's definitely a lot. I don't need this, or this, or this, or that. I don't really want to H-load the map cubes necessarily. This map is a catastrophe. I'm moving them all into separate directories, so if I ever find a way to combine the map successfully, I can. Thus creating, you know, the best version of the game, but I already know that that's going to be hard to do. So I'm gonna do that. Really? Really, phone? Let me fix this phone problem. Sometimes the phone tries to go into sleep mode even though it's viewing a website, but still recording. It's annoying. This map is such a catastrophe. I don't know everything going on right now. Oh, it didn't move all the things. Did it fail to move everything else with it? Oh, never mind. That's right there, okay. Yeah. Webcam is my phone. What you do is you go to a place called vdo.ninja, like a VDO. Let me see. room, blah blah blah. Might be create a room. We can do it. Yeah, it's this place here. You click add your camera to OBS, and then it'll ask for a bunch of things, and you will do that, and they'll give you a URL, and you use the URL in a web source in OBS. Obviously, do that on your phone and not on your computer. And thus, I didn't have to buy a webcam, because to be fair, the camera on my phone was better than webcams that cost like twice as much. It's like this camera, the camera looks like 50 megapixels, and it's like I paid like I think 220 bucks for or something at the time, and the webcam was more than that for like a 720p webcam. I was like, so everyone who wants to be a streamer, use your phone. And think about, you know, all those like those professional streamers that use like their iPhone to just stream IRL. You're just like, yeah. So like, save money where you can. Like the camera on that's awesome. I mean, I paid for a nice microphone, obviously, but aside from that, yeah. Keep it cheap, right? Why is this called Pirate Tavern? That's not even a thing. There's already a Sally's room there? Okay, well. This is such a mess. So much stuff in here. It's just, oh yeah, there's landscapes too. Oh god. I regret so much that I have a landscape here. It's just a mess, got it. Yeah, I'll have to figure that out manually. Whatever. I mostly want to select all these and put them in the Whimsy Wonders thing so I could easily figure it out. But I'll have to sort these eventually. I'm not going to get away with this forever. I mean, maybe for a long time, but probably not forever. So it'll probably take, you know, a week to really optimize this crap, my guess. Yeah, did everything get moved? Hopefully it did. No. Can we get all the children? Actually, I'll save first. You might actually need a streamer light. I just have a light off to the side. I used to have a light on the other side to counterbalance it, but that one broke, so I didn't bother to do that. But I haven't bought a streamer light at all, so I probably need one. Just saying. Oh, that's fair. But it could be nicer. I'm just saying. It'd be so much nicer. Into the grid with you. 2,136 actors. It'll be a lot less when I merge a bunch of crap together and everything, but we're not there yet. Soon. Soon. But soon is far away. So maybe not that soon. Done? Nope. There we go. Still changing stuff? Not anymore. Push the button. I should vastly speed up this level. I haven't even H-loaded everything yet. I just H-loaded the stuff that was the main thing. But still. Also gotta figure out where the city and the building are, because those don't, I don't want to put those in the same H-load. Which one should be city? I also have to get rid of all the brushes on here too, so it's going to be ridiculous. I have to go through another 23 of those, and I got to convert all the splines over to static meshes, and I still got to finish building like half the rooms. Some of them are pretty good. Other ones are they need work. We won't even talk about the third chapter. I think it's like 123 freaking geometry brushes on there. I just made a concept for it, and I'm gonna change it like crazy later, so Chapter 3 is a dumpster fire. Chapter 4 is more coherent, I think, as far as what my plan is for it. Because there's like a lot of things that have to happen in that one, whereas 3 has some things, but it's a lot more in the air. A lot more in the air. I kind of go back and forth on exactly what I think the final area will look like, but not the final room. I have a pretty good idea of the final room will look like, but the final area, it just depends on if I think certain assets are going to look better than others, if it's going to work out better or not. I've kind of learned my lesson with the circus stuff, though. I don't want too many biomes. I would just want just enough biomes, because I can focus on getting a lot of assets for that particular biome, as opposed to having ones where it's so varied that I really can't make it very convincing for anyone. Like, I don't really have the money to buy a lot, so I have to be careful what I buy. So it's much better if I buy only what's necessary. Honestly, oops. Huh. At least that's my theory. Can just move this all the way over. Or not. I didn't realize that kind of sticks through now. Splines do so much to save me a fortune. Splines, geometry brushes, there's so many assets just made by these things. Don't ever injure your neck, trust me. It's just problems. I should fix that, kinda. I added a spline point here, what the hell? So what happened was I had to move this wall a bit because it wasn't, it was kind of like sticking through in the wrong areas, so it was causing like a weird glitch, so I moved it a bit, and I've had to move everything ever since to make up for it. It's kind of a problem. So I've had to bend a few of these. Not a huge fan of that, but yeah, whatever. Right here too. I got sidetracked. And an effort to optimize this area. That should fix the problem with the room numbers that were appearing last night. Yep. That room sticks out way too big. But you basically get it before you should, right? Why did I make it so big? So many questions. It's fine. Close enough. This could be a problem because it's hard to avoid getting stuck on this now. I have to remake the whole thing. Wish I'd bent it a little better when I was doing it previously. Might just leave that one off because I don't really want to remake that whole thing just for that slight problem. I was telling you getting older, every time you move your elbows or anything like that, you hear a creak. You're like, yep. Yeah. It's many, many years of quality game dev time speaking right there. like a lot of the music this guy made, except for that it's all free and like, you know, super common. So I don't know if I'd ever want to use it either, but usually rely on having to at least pay a little bit for it this way. It's not the most common music in the world. That reminds me. Check the old humble real quick, see if there's anything of value on there. There's an audio thing. But I hate looking through all these, so unless there's something specifically for steampunk, I ain't even remotely interested. Yeah. Atom Punk. Okay, listen. I've never even heard of Atom Punk. Comedy. Last one I heard that was weird with Clock Punk, and I was like, really? Clock Punk has Wild West sound effects. I might just keep to the pure steampunk feel though, or like not deal with the Western stuff. Might be a little much. I do want a real variety between the areas though and how they play out. Let me think about this one here. Do I want to let them take damage from water instead of just dying? Could they bypass obstacles if I gave them that? That's the question I'm really asking in my mind. Is there some point in the game where that would allow them to basically circumvent my puzzle? I don't think so. It would feel less awful than when you just jump in the water and you just instantly eat it. Indeed. Well, I guess I could set up like that. I mean, it does seem like a good quality of life improvement because it is pretty miserable to just instantly die upon hitting the thing, right? Also, they should be put back where it's supposed to be. Wait, what am I doing? Yeah, it just adds the exact amount, so I have to put a negative on it. I do want us to be punishing to jump in the water. We... Oh, I'm dumb. I can't take damage because I have the Emperor enabled. Stupid. Oh my god, trees. Put a capybara pun. Steampunk capybara? I see. Just one problem. It's toys fighting each other. So I need like a toy capybara. Which I don't have. The only living animals you might encounter in here would be like spiders and rats. And I did consider having a, you know, Poppet fight a rat. Like a giant sewer rat, name it Stuart Not So Little. Just as a joke. But then I realized that I'd have to animate a rat. And as a boss, which would be quite a challenge. Humanoid characters are a lot easier, and contraptions also easier. 10 out of 10. Instant day kill. Perfect. That's because I did the wrong one. Alright, well, you see, this was perfect coding had it been one down. No, I one up because we're dealing with Poppet. Poppet checks for the Emperor. Wait. Yeah. Oh, thanks. It's supposed to be, I mean, you don't only see it at night. It's being dumb. What's wrong with the Whimsy Wonders building? I have so many questions. Why aren't you compiling? Oh. Let's see, we do this. Compile and save. You do this, you do Ultra here, and... This is what it's supposed to look like. Hopefully the water hurts me now. I didn't take damage there. Why have I not taken damage? Hmm. You would have to keep draining. Although we flowers new eventually, I haven't bothered to put a lot of the landscaping down yet for this area. This area is like super unfinished. I'm basically laying everything out and then I'll put flowers and things on top of it after the fact. Kind of like here where you're starting to see this grass here and everything. I don't have any flowers in these areas, but mushrooms and things. One of the unfortunate problems is I have the Empress, which lets you grow and shrink plants. So I need an explanation for why you can't just grow and shrink every flower. Or something like that. So I'm kind of still working on it. It's definitely going to get improved a lot for these areas. Otherwise, I would just put infinite flowers and things like over here. The problem is, like I say, grow and shrink them. That ability, why can't you grow and shrink all of them? And it'd be awkward for certain. This is not even hooked up. It hasn't been hooked up forever. Oh, we're back to that, huh? I'm gonna reboot. And then finish this coding in a second. As Unreal's being dumb again. It'll do that periodically, it'll just be dumb. You get used to it. I don't want to save everything, I just want to save the 4 things. I think this would be a nice change after the other area that's not really designed for people to wander around. This one's definitely more people-centric. Yeah, the actual demo will have one of the plant rooms too, so you'll be able to see like the mushrooms being like, yeah, like there's a place where you can grow and shrink mushrooms and everything like that. You get to use the Empress a bunch in that. I mean, it's just like the first half an hour of the game or something, but I assume half an hour of a game is enough of a demo to decide if you like a game or not. Like, we have this whole steampunky area here. Put up all these. I don't need that anymore. Or that. Or that. But yeah, I got this area here. The painting world. That's how the map travel works in the game. You jump through paintings to get to places. This is Tinka, the ghost who lives in the paintings. She lets you travel between the paintings. Just doing her thing. Floating out in space. That's what she does. She had anything better to do with her time. Got a pop-it box here so you can jump in and save whenever you want. And you just go, woohoo! And jump right onto the paintings. Unfortunately, it's going to load to the title menu because it doesn't know where to go right now because I had the wrong game mode. But still. Painting travel, very good. 10 out of 10, must painting travel. Why does it say painting world is the... That explains why that was broken. Sort of the exact name of that level because it matters immensely. Originally, there was going to be 6 different chapters. Hey, Ghost, how's it going? No just in time to be just in time. As is always the case, I never know for what. But you are just in time for it. There's way too many paintings in here. I don't need this many paintings. Hey, Kill Miller. It's going nicely. Thank you. It's definitely getting here. Yes. It'll eventually be there. It's not there yet, but it's getting there. I still have to find places for all the paintings. There's so much space for paintings. I mean, there's 26 paintings in here. I don't need 26 paintings. Let's change how the water works so you don't just instant die. Give me that for sure. Yeah. I mean, I got a Steam page now, so I mean, I'm just saying. The only thing it needs is a better trailer. It's just got a couple gameplay clips. The rest of the page is pretty good. The trailers. I'll make a better trailer before the Epic Mega Grant anyway, so. Oh, thanks. Hopefully Epic thinks the same. I like this track. Not sure if I'm gonna use it, but I kind of like it. Evo, see if it fixed that problem earlier. It did. They resurfaced the floors upstairs. Didn't tell me. I didn't realize I was breathing fumes, so I almost passed out. Damn, no good. End up in the ER with a heart rate of 140. Wow, a MVP of 140 over 28. Wow. Man, well, I'm glad you're okay. Jesus. Damn. Can you like sue them for that or something? I mean, like, what the hell is that? That's like, they tried to kill you there. That's no good. At least get some free months of rent out of that or something. because that's messed up. I remember I was we had a propane leak at this house that leak that was at this house that I was renting, and I couldn't even smell it. And it wasn't until my brother came to visit. He's like, "What's that smell? Oh my god, man, are you okay in here? You should turn that off." I was like, "It smells bad." I was like, "Yeah, I guess they could smell the propane." So it's all headachy and everything, but I didn't put the ER on that one. Guy doing the floors goes, "Okay, it's non-toxic. Well, that's great. If you're going to drink it." I mean, you know. Doesn't mean you gotta listen to what he said. You end up in the ER over it. I'm pretty certain you could, you know, sue his business or whatever. And I mean, at the very least, cover those ER costs. Jesus. If you have an ER cost, maybe you just have free medicine. But even then, pain and suffering. If I end up in the ER because of someone's negligence, you better believe I'm suing them so hard. Make them suffer. I mean, they should still account for that. They should have at least given you a warning. Be like, hey man, they're going to be some fumes. Open some windows. Just something. You know? Like, that doesn't feel like a lot to ask. Maybe it is. Oh, I guess I don't use this, huh? I have to, right? What's some right there? These aren't even used. Huh. You know, Windows? Damn. Maybe they would have done it for their own benefit? Yeah. There's a lot of dumb people in the world who don't think about long-term consequences of things, so they just kind of live in the moment and then they and others suffer for it, you know? So, as I like to say, you know, the thing about average IQ is it means there's at least half the people out there that are below it, right? And they do a lot of dumb that might cause some problems for you. Yeah. Hmm? Thanks for the Hollywood 76. Oh, I see. I imagine you would love to join my live stream. I'm sure that would work out fine. What could go wrong? Random person joins live stream. Gets me banned on Twitch and YouTube. At least it's a new type of, you know, bot or scammer or whatever. Kick's gotten kind of boring with the same handful. Great check, nude. 1 second, and I will figure out what it is you're talking about. Oh, check for element. This one? This is just a macro. Alright. That's it. It's just a macro. Checks if they have which of the gameplay tags they have. And then outputs for each one of the various ones. Check for elements, every one of these ones is just the same gray one. Emperor checks just another macro. There another particular node? Oops. If true, loop. If not, me. Yep. I don't use them very often, but here I use them because they were recycling the same stuff. They're usually pretty worthless. They have the upside of you can use time-related things like delays and timelines inside them, which you can't do inside of a function. They suffer from the drawback of children don't inherit macros, so... I don't typically find them to be very handy, but here they were handy. Here they were very handy. A lot of times I just shrink them into mini grids so I don't have to worry about it, because, you know, functions do inherit, but they lose the time abilities, so... Yeah. Like I say, they have the pure upside of time-based stuff, but the downside of non-inheritance, so... I used to give them to the parent, and it's like, why don't the children have this? Because macros don't... Okay, but functions do. So, I eventually just started switching to having things, you know, inside of, just like their own graphs, right? So I didn't have to worry about it. And I could do whatever I want, and I could just call a function that's in one of the graphs or something, but... Obviously, you can't copy-paste the graph everywhere. Oh, the other upside of, where are you at? The other upside is you can have multiple outs, right? From a macro. So if you want to trigger different things. It's a pretty big upside, actually. I wish functions could do that. But alas, functions cannot. I use functions all the time because interfaces are functions, so, you know. Functions, very handy. Macros, not really. I do a lot of, like, parent-child type of setup, you know, a lot of inheritance, so that's why macros kind of suck for me for the most part. Let's do this here, and this should make it so that Poppet suffers damage only when she's under. I had a thing where it just triggered once and killed her. But here I might as well make it where it just loops and damages her. Oh, that'd be awesome if they could do that. I wouldn't ever use a macro again. But unfortunately, that's why you'd use a macro. Or in most cases, I just use graphs. I just have a collapsed graph for everything. Oh, thanks for the wish list, Killer Kitty. Thank you, thank you. One step closer to greatness, or one step closer to appeasing the Steam algorithm. It's... That is another one day. I think up to like 37 wish lists so far, which for the first week isn't that bad. I mean, you know, it's not like I'm like putting ads everywhere. Well, it's not applying the damage, but it is hurting her. I definitely want to apply a lot of damage for being under the water. But I think it's a lot fairer that it just doesn't straight kill her. I don't know why it's not applying the damage, though. I think the next ad, I might take a quick bio break. I drink a lot of alcohol, and it'd like to be returned. Yes, that's the... Oh, alcohol. You make my programming so much better. Actually, I just kind of stopped caring after a while. Really? You picked the same color? Wow. Random, please? Perfect. So why aren't you applying damage? Because it's clearly saying the little indicator, it's receiving it. Damage amount's just straight over that, don't reverse it. Oh, and my name is subtract, so I just have to put the number. Fair. Sometimes I thought it was reversed, but I guess not. I could have just searched up damage amount. It's actually healing her. Fantastic. 10 out of 10. When in doubt, just heal yourself by jumping in the water that's supposed to hurt you. Was the ad break going? I'll be right back. Don't kick the green screen. Just saying. Doesn't work if you kick it. Well, I mean, it works, but it works in a way that isn't good. It goes, and then you are sad. Alright. Now that I have refrained from kicking it for at least a moment, I can test this and see if it works. That's the secret. You just boot it every once in a while. It knows what it did. Hey, Leposian. How's it going? Aha, it works! Don't stay in the water for long. It hurts real bad. At least you don't just die from it, though, anymore. It hurts real bad. Wait. Why am I not taking more damage? How is she not in the water? Okay, guys, making the last task for a new update release. Oh, nice. That's cool. Must be nice to actually have something released for people to play. Once I get this demo for Epic, I think I'll make the demo available for people and not, well, we'll see on that. I might make a testable demo that, you know, playtesters can try. I'm not sure if I'll make it a public demo. Only on the grounds of that will be not really ready for the world, probably. Thinking about it, it'd be nice. So what's in your new release? I go get grants from Epic and I never got one? Ugh. I mean, I haven't even applied for it yet, so I can't really tell you how people get it. I'll let you know if I get one. I'll probably make a video about this. I got an Epic Mega Grant. Woohoo! This is how I got it, and tell everyone about it. But you know, when I apply for this one, I won't even know until December if I got it, so. But I'm hoping I can get one. That'd be amazing. I would just jump for joy. I'd quit my regular job and just work on this because, I mean, I'd probably still keep it as a side gig. 9500, they need a demo, and also, yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I need a demo together and basically a hype video. And then the budget and things like that. So, I mean, that's what I'll try to do. And if you don't have a demo, I don't think there's any reason to apply. I mean, assuming you're making a game. If you're making animations, obviously, you would just put your video up for them to see what you got. But otherwise, from what I've heard, if you don't have a demo, you ain't getting one. They're like, oh, you just need a concept face. Yeah, okay, right. They're not giving you a bunch of money because you gave them a concept. The problem with this is you can trigger one and then the other. Because I managed to become immune to it until I left the water, which is not what I want. Yeah, 'cause as soon as I did that, it just stopped. Feel very subjective. Every time I finish the game, it failed to get the demo. There was one chapter working mechanics, but it was kind of boring, I guess. Oh, okay. I was like, no demo. Yeah, I mean, you know, your game's got to be good, right? And if your game failed the first time, you can make it better. You have 6 months to make it better for the next time. So you might as well try again, right? Like, you've already got stuff to submit, so you might as well see if you can make it better. It's like it's shutting this off. I'm gonna put the delay at the start, actually. Do you firmly believe you can convince rich people to invest in your game? You can convince Epic? Yeah. Yeah, better try than nothing. Yeah, I mean, you don't lose much for trying. That's my idea too. Just someone I have, make it as... Yeah. Give it a shot. Don't expect it, but hey, maybe you get it. And if you do, that's fantastic. And if not, well, try next time. Unless your game's going to come out in the next 6 months anyway, you might as well keep trying throughout the course of your game's development, because maybe your game will get better. I mean, I would assume it's getting it better. If it's getting worse over your development, you're doing something wrong, but, you know. Just saying. Just saying. Game testers, sweet. Game really better. It's for players, for Epic as well. Yeah. I wish I had time to get a bunch of testing in, but I still have to finish the demo in the first place. Hopefully the game is good, but I'm not going to expect to get it this time around. I'm going to expect to get it next time around. Because right now I'm pretty much racing to get it, to get things that they want, and I suspect it won't be good enough, is my assessment. But I will spend the next 6 months making it better anyway. So then at that point, I'll be able to show them a significantly better product. So I'm assuming I'll just get it then. This will just be a test run to see if I can get it in advance. Because you better believe in 6 months, this game's going to be fantastic. Just look at how long I work on it, and how much improvement I've gotten, how the time I've done. And people say it looks fun. I have fun playing it, that's for certain. I tested it 1,000,000 times over. And I still enjoy messing with it. But at the very least, I'll get a demo together that testers will be able to mess with. So I think that'll be a real advantage doing this, is I'll finally have something that people can test, because I'll get it together for Epic, and I'll let other people test it along the way too. I'll probably set up some sort of testing through Steam so that people can play a demo version that's not a publicly released demo or anything. ChatGPT calls it Willy Wonka's golden tickets. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. The odds of getting one don't seem very high. I don't think you can just send them a pile of crap and hope. I don't think that works. But I think that what they really do is often they're trying to push a particular thing that Unreal Engine can do that they don't have a lot of people doing in there. So like some sort of new technology. And if you're using that, there's a much higher chance of getting it than if you're making something ho-hum, you know? And since I'm only making a game and I'm not specifically doing that, the only thing that I'm doing is unusual is I'm doing it live so people get to watch me make it. So at least the educational aspect might help me. But beyond that, I don't know. I mean, take everything I say with a grain of salt. It's not like I actually know. How it goes, because I've never even applied. But I will apply this time. I will figure it out, what they do, one way or another. Why is it no longer true? Like, false out there, sure, but it should just stay true forever. Here it's just true the whole time. But then over here it's false. Is it because I switched between waters? Is there like more than one? Is that what's happening? I have only 2 working quests. I was really hope 3D will work in tests. So yes, I'm working on a quest right now before sending the update. Generally at 60 fixes and runes. That's cool. I find the thing to remember, and I made this mistake in the past, was that, you know, new systems are great, but you have to provide them content that uses these systems, right? Like, you make some new thing, but if the game doesn't make use of it, then what did it matter, right? And an ad break literally happens right then. Well, I guess I'll keep talking afterwards. Wrecked. Why is it dropping it randomly? I call it a pool kill plane, but I redid this whole thing so it's only so it's just one giant kill plane, so it's not even switching between them. I remember fixing that bug because it was a problem. Mini kill planes just damaging you. They're not even kill planes anymore, they're just damaging you. Just describe World of Warcraft? It's probably fair. It's definitely just something I've learned, you know. I made a bunch of cool systems and then I was like, well, what do these even do? Nothing. Neat. Cool, but I just never made use of them, so. This game is content, like, from the start. It was always about content in this game. Now I appear to be in water the whole time. It broke, but it never made it where she wasn't in water. I don't understand how that's a thing. Also, I like the weird little warped face look from the post-process. But yeah, like it only triggers a few times and it stops. Actually, that time it didn't even trigger at all. Just did it once. That's weird. How is it breaking this if it only ever says true? Like it would have to say false to break it. The Emperor must have a break. It does. Well, it has item in the Tarot of the Emperor, so it would just be on a false here, I assume. Because if you have the Emperor, then I want it to break. It's still true, she's not taking damage though. Does at least kill her at some point? Yeah, I'm in water, which just it says true, it's just not triggering. This matters for the demo because this room will be in the demo. So I have to actually make this work. Well, I could have just left it as an instant kill, but it feels real bad as an instant kill. It's just so rough. You just end up having to run all the way back. Even Symphony of the Night and Bloodstained, it made it just do damage to you over time. Now everything goes there, so there's nowhere where it can't do that. Like there's no break. I don't know how it's breaking. Oh, really? There's never saying not in water, so it shouldn't be disabling that ever. Yeah, and right there it's just like, yep, true, 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 true. Alright, I guess we're gonna play the game. The game of where is it breaking? Oh, I typed it like that, but sure, whatever. Don't make it much of a difference. It's not supposed to stay. Actually, sorry, we'll use this one. Somewhere's a logic chain that's going wrong. And this is all 4 things, so it has to pass through one of these gates. There's nowhere else it can go. Probably. Hey, Raptor, how's it going? Not saying Emperor 4. How did that happen? And more importantly, why does it matter that it happened? Post the latest project before you want to see it? Oh, sure, if you got a link or something. Or like a video or something. I mean, videos usually preferred, so I don't gotta download a bunch of stuff. Oh. That's right, you gotta post it in the Discord or whisper it to me. The actual chat doesn't allow for links because of hackers. Bad stuff happened. Oh, it's overlapping capsule. I changed my logic on this. I mean, why do I care if it's overlapping our capsule or not? Well, I guess I do care. We're triggering a post-process? For the Emperor trigger, I guess? Wait. So, wait, it does the same thing, right? So on true, if I have the item, it does that, and does that, but over here, if I have the item, it still does Terror of the Emperor. What is this extra check for? Why do I even care? Because no matter what, I'm triggering Terror of the Emperor anyway. Is it okay if I show it on stream, or are you just showing it to me specifically? Alright. No copyrighted music to worry about? I'll double check that. Well, actually, good. Is the music copyrighted? No? Okay. Just to double check. I don't want to get wrecked by YouTube. Now, I too want to play tic-tac-toe on an abandoned house's walls. This could be like one of those urban explorer games. You go into some, random derelict place and try to, film your YouTube video where you're making certain that hopefully no random person's squatting in there. I like all the little bugs everywhere. It's a nice touch. Yeah, definitely. Horror investigation vibe for certain. That was pretty good. I gotta admit, you do a great job on these. I could definitely see it, you know, investigating one of these places. Yeah. Now, let me log into that and I can at least drop a like. I think I have an art station. Do I have an art station? I might. I don't know. I might. See if I can find an art station for you. I do. And we'll log in and drop you a like. I will attempt to log in and drop you a like and watch this art station is weird. Ah. It has been liked. We actually have more things besides them. Well, actually, that's just pictures. Fair enough. Right? Pictures, pictures. I guess I can scroll through pictures for everyone else too. Yeah. There's also pictures too. I mean, it's got a great vibe to it, man. And you definitely could turn it into a game pretty easy. So you definitely have a very good skill with level design. Well, I guess for environmental design, to be fair, there's no objectives in this, so the environmental design is top notch for certain. And the PCG stuff did pretty well. Like I've not thought to use it for like paintings and stuff. That's pretty cool. Maybe PCG is more useful than I thought. Maybe. Maybe. Changed the lighting since last time. Turns out how I used to do it would cause the to not be seen. Yeah. I mean, visuals are great. Credit where credit is due. Your visuals are great. Oh, wait. I'm doing this a dumb way. What did I know about? Oh, maybe. The biggest problem I have is that Poppet can hop on top of things, so I can't just put random things around the environment because Poppet will use them to get places she shouldn't. So it's kind of a... That's why I don't do the PCG stuff for it. It'd be okay for the city. Maybe paintings on the walls if I put a bunch of paintings on the walls, but... I kind of made the mistake of making the paintings have the painting world thing, so I don't put a lot of paintings either, so... I don't know what to do with the walls. Oh yeah, one of those ones? Like that subway one where, you know, you go through every time you look for the subway, if it's, you know, you look at it, you memorize it, and then the next one you go into, if it's different, you're supposed to go backwards, and if it's, you know, not different, you go forwards. And you lose if you go forwards too many times when it's different. It's a little subgenre of horror games. don't know what they're called, but very quick game to make. It really just comes down to randomly having things appear. Just random from a list. I could probably make one of those games in a weekend. Yeah, I probably could. That'd be interesting to try. Pick a weekend, make one of those, that horror type game. It has to be really easy to make. Wow, thinking about it. Huh. Well, either way, it does an Emperor check. If you have it. So why does this matter? I don't think it does. I actually think it should just be this. It's just I'm gonna move out of the way and I'm just gonna go. If you have it, great. And I just do this. I'm trying to make it so that the water just does damage to you over time instead of instantly killing you. And the problem is it would go for a bit and then it would shut off. And how I did the setup was trying to fusing it into the previous system was I didn't do a very good job of it. So underwater I should continuously take damage. And here you see it stopped. Like somehow I'm not taking damage. I'm a little confused on the whole system for that. Also, the splash particle doesn't need to keep playing here. Just upon entering or exiting the water. I'm wondering why it causes this issue though. Emperor check 2, Emperor check 2, I'm still in the water. Still Emperor check 2. Still taking damage, that's good. And now I'm not taking damage. Even though somehow I should be able to take damage here, right? Like, I mean, it hasn't ever said that I can't. I'm wondering if Poppet is listed as invincible. And it's screwing it up. I made it invincible forever. Because this has a 1.5 second invincible timer. The healing triggers every second. So I'm actually, no, not 10 seconds. I'm wondering if that's a thing. Maybe. But if I just put a print string on the invincible timer, it'll let me know if I'm, you know, eating it on that or not. There's the invincible timer. That's too fast. Sure. But it was definitely the invincible timer. So I just reduced the number. I don't really want to make it 1 because 1 is such a low number. You'd be able to spend 100 seconds underwater, which is long enough to get places. I don't want that. The 10 felt like it was huge, like such a big number. This gives you like 20 seconds. I broke it. Back to working again. So it's still possible to break it, but I'm not sure how I broke it necessarily. Works a lot better now. It's definitely a timing issue on the invincibility. You're not going to get very far underwater, that's for certain. I'm not sure if I want to make it where it stuns her, though. At least now you don't instantly die. Probably. The problem is I only have one invincibility thing, so I can't really make it shorter. I made the invincibility kind of... I managed to reduce it by, you know, 50%. Or 33%. Yeah. Like it might be triggering too fast. I could have a continuous check, I suppose. I'd like to avoid that. But I noticed it went invincible once and then it never did it again. Like it said that she still had a second left. Yeah, it's overlapping here. Over here it's saying pop it in water. That was the thing that was interesting here is if you look. So still true in the water. Oops. Can't get the bug to trigger again. Well, if I can get the bug to trigger again. It's already have a system for damaging the player. It's just calling that system already. But right now it's looping every second to damage her as long as that one variable is true. Which is basically like an event by timer, really. Only a lot cleaner than event by timer usually. But I can't seem to trigger it where it does that. So it did it once. I guess I didn't wait long enough, but yeah, I can't get it to trigger another time. I mean, before the invincibility was way longer than this. The damage trigger on this. I could make the damage trigger on this the same as the invincibility. I might do that actually. Make it where the invincibility is 1.5 seconds and this is also 1.5 because it feels a little too fast. Like, it's kind of hard to move. You're just like hit. I mean, look at how fast you get hit. You take like a step and get hit. How punishing do I want this to be? Do I play it with 1.5 seconds? Because really she had a 1.5 second invincibility too. Actually, there's one right there. Warner dodge, sure. What's her dodge? Sure. Same thing. That 0, okay. Trying to get it to... I want to give the player enough time to kind of react to things, so a little bit of invulnerability when you're hit. Otherwise, you just get completely steamrolled. And it feels real bad. .5 seconds, 0.5, sure. And this broke it right here. Even though it's literally saying true over and over and over. Emperor check 2 true. Over and over and over. Which means it's literally running right through here. Wait, what? It's literally running right through here. Emperor check 2 is damaging the player supposedly. Every 1.5 seconds. So it doesn't work on a half second, which makes me wonder about half seconds. How do I set up Poppet's invincibility? It works on 1 second. But it feels really bad being hit every second. Like it plays badly. This is literally moving one at a time, so it would actually be irrelevant to make it 1 or 2 seconds. There's no such thing as a 0.5 second anyway with how I set this up. Tough bug. You try shaking the water? That's true. I should shake the water. That always works. Or I guess in this case I want to shake the invincible timer. By moving it up and down, it'll work better. Now the problem is the interaction between her and the invincible timer setup, the invincible system, versus the other. So the I gotta make a design decision really on just how I want to handle invulnerability. Like, how long are you invulnerable? It feels like 1 second is not long enough, but 2 seconds feels like a long time. But maybe it's not a long time. I mean, just letting them wail on the player is not usually that fun. I've set the decrement here. So if I change this to just subtracting like a number, which I can obviously do, the problem becomes I need to go change every other one to balance around the new invincibility. But if I want to change all the numbers, why don't I just change the invincibility, like how it works? I could also just change the duration on this too, so it triggers more often. Right? Because decrementing this is perfectly fine, but then I don't ever need to set it as 1.5. I would just set it as a whole number. Okay, 1 second. That's fair. But there's a lot of other 1.5 second thingies too, which is interesting to note. They should basically just say 2 because they effectively are just all 2 anyway. I guess 2 seconds of invulnerability on a dash is not like the worst thing. It's possible I can disable the hit animation for underwater, so this way you don't just get locked a bit. Well, it's not just for one area though, is the problem, because the whole next area is loaded down with water sections, so the second chapter is going to make use of water like crazy. Part of my concern is how far can you get under the water, because in the second area that'll make a difference. I didn't feel it was right if you like your foot touched the water and you died, which is why I was changing it, but you have to go through entire sections in that one, and if I let you go too far into the water, you'll be able to bypass sections. And oh, that's right, there is one section you might be able to bypass if that's the case. Uh-oh. Whew. I built the whole section with like where you had to keep going back down and grabbing these keys, you kept lowering the water. But I realized the other key's not really under the water. You could just take damage from the water and get across to it, probably. Just had to restructure that area. Well, the way I have it set up, there shouldn't be... this might as well be an integer for these things here, but that means that this should just say 2. Actually, this is for the damage. So yeah, we'll give you a 1 second thing like that. That's at 0, sure. Dash will just say 2 because there's no reason for a 0.5 to exist. But here's the real problem. This is going to be an issue later in the future. It's not an issue right now for the demo, but it'll be an issue in the future for certain. whenever it loads it. So let's put this down to where it should be if I want to solve this puzzle, which should be this one here. I think. Is that the right one? No, that's one too low. It would be here, and let's turn off has puzzle so it won't refill itself, because they tend to fix themselves otherwise. Alright. So you'll pass into this area here. And the plan here was originally, you know, there was water here, and then falling in the water would cause you damage, or would just kill you, so you didn't worry about it. But now I'll be able to go through this area here. Actually, I could probably make this jump anyway, honestly. I could have made this anyway. Well, never mind. I can just cheat and get that key in advance. Otherwise, my big concern was you just jump in the water and you just get over to the thing and just cheat your way there. I'm sure you take some damage, but you got healing. You can get back there. And now I realize you can get this key without even earning it, so... my clever level design completely ruined. Yeah, that's the problem. You could literally, even though making it like that, where now you couldn't jump directly into the water, you could still make it over and get that key. Probably, anyway. It wasn't bad. Oh, the collision on that's horrible. I should have stayed on the rocks. Oh, I could have jumped out right there. Even taking all that damage, I was able to get this key. So that's not okay. What am I going to do to prevent that from being a thing? If, I mean, like at this point with the damage setup, it... yeah, I can vastly increase the damage. Make the trek over to get them much longer and put a, like, loop around it so you can't easily reach it. I can put this whole thing underwater too, would probably be helpful. It does kind of foobar something, you know? Like, I like you taking damage in the water instead of just eating it, but... at least if I reduce the ability for you to be out of the water, that's something. One of the biggest problems, like, I'd love to design things to look really neat, but the issue is simply that Poppet can use them as an ability to get places, and it completely ruins things. So even putting these corals here, I gotta be careful about that too. I did just shrink all that down, so... Definitely one of my big issues. It's gonna take some serious, clever level design to make up for that, for certain. I basically have to make it where like there's no way you could survive the damage. So I'd have to like loop it around and block it, make it harder to find. Because you could still jump on this crap. Collision on that rock is terrible. Oh yeah, this is a joke. That part's a little hard, but you can still just jump up. The problem is once you get the key, you don't lose the key for dying, so as soon as you've gotten the key, you could just kill yourself and it would be fine. But just to prove a point, I managed to get through it without even dying. And I didn't even heal, nor do I have additional health either. And you will have additional health by this point as well. That's something else to account for. This is the second chapter, which means you would have probably amassed like another 50 health or so. Which means a lot of extra hits you can take. Yeah. I can double the water damage, so she takes 10 every time she hits the water. 5 appears to be like way too generous. You can go a long distance under that water. 20 seconds actually. Which is a long time. I mean, 20 seconds is huge. 10 seconds. 33%. I mean, you're dying 3 seconds. I don't know about that. That's a lot. Because just getting out of the water, I mean, like, it's pretty hard to get out of the water in, like, the 3 seconds. I haven't been doing percentages necessarily. I could do a percentage thing on it too, that's true. I want it to feel okay that you hit the water, but I want it to be punishing that you hit the water. Like, really punishing. And then, like, even farther down, it's even worse. Oh gosh. Actually, I should test that too, for that matter. Speaking of broken crap. This in a way kind of fixes a problem down here, but also makes it worse. Because in the final area, there's yet another level down here to go through. I mean, 3 hits would be like 1, 2, dead. So, I mean, that would not be long. By this point, you have a heal, so let's cheat, right? So let's use a heal here. Heal myself up real fast. Let me go get my sanity back there. I have a plan here to see if I can really cheese this. Oh, I can break this in half. This is bad news for this entire area. All right, let's do this. Well, actually, let me get my sanity back just because it's gonna be a run. All right. Immediately dash out here. 1, 2. Oh, look, I got to the button that was at the end of this. Wow, I took 2 hits. Man, the struggle was real on that one. How did I ever defeat this entire puzzle? Oh, yeah. Don't worry. Dash off of that. Do a quick jump just so I don't take very much damage. Oh, look. I got the Emperor. I took, you know, 25% damage to complete this puzzle that used to be requiring you had to jump from each of those, and it was lethal if you hit the water. That's... Well, the checkpoint is wherever you last saved, right? It just respawns you back at your save point. I mean, there's just rooms in this. They're not that big, so... Yeah, that just breaks the game in half. It needs to be a huge amount of damage. I get a huge amount of damage. The whole thing was predicated on it being instant death, so without it being instant death. Huh. Well, then you would just survive 2 seconds. Problem is, the second you get out of the water, you could just heal. And if it just takes you down to 1 HP, then the second you heal even once, you've gotten your second hit back. So you can just, you know, do a quick thing like that. But even then, if it's just going to be 2 hits and you die, is there even a point in letting you survive any time in the water, right? Like, Like, at what point is it even useful to do that? Oh, the sanity damage. The problem is there's no realistic reason why she would take sanity damage from water. Yeah. Well, the main reason she takes damage from the water is because she's a sack doll. She's, you know, basically like, you know, full of like rice beads or something like that, you know? So she's literally would just sponge it up. She would eventually not be able to move. I don't have a way to like her inflate or like that, but she just basically would, you know, do what any sack of things like that would do. Just basically go and be all big. So she doesn't like water. For obvious reasons. I could make it where, you know, it damages any of the toys that hit it just because it like affects the curse, I suppose. But at that point, if we're saying it affects the curse, then it wouldn't affect your sanity at all. It would stop the curse from working, right? Which would stop you from being powered. But your sanity is not what powers you, it's what protects you from the curse. The curse is what keeps you powered. Which is why it hurts you to be hit by it. Because I don't make your curse stat relevant, because I use it to MP, and it'd be really awkward if you died from running out of your curse stat. Like, it would be... I mean, the curse is always just refilling you, so, you know... Even if you ran a curse, you'd fall lifeless, the curse would pick you right back up, because it's just constantly filling you back up, so... There's just no logical reason why it would affect you like that. So basically the question is just how much of a pass do I want to give you for hitting the water? That's what we're really asking here, is like, you know, how friendly am I being with that? Because it used to be just pure pain. You already lose, well, if the Emperor is active, you actually lose move speed in the water. I guess you don't lose it when the, when you just fall in. But even then, I do it through time dilations. It's not like an actual speed loss. As far as the tickers go, so I don't think so. This area just was not designed for me to let it do that. I might have to go back to the original method of just not letting you take damage and hit the water. I didn't think about it, but this whole area has got a lot of problems if I let you do that. Because the battle against Charlotte gets also a lot easier too. No, it has to just kill you. There's no other way around it. It just completely foobars this whole chapter. Yeah. Because you'll go to like this area here against Charlotte. If I can find it. This way. Too much is predicated on the water being lethal. I would have to redesign the whole thing. I ain't doing that. But I mean, just to showcase how stupid this would be. Hey everyone, how you doing? I'll just run around this way, not a problem. Don't know where she's at, but don't really care. I care, but it doesn't matter that much. Grab cube. Low hat, please. It was this big puzzle. You have to grab, hit all these buttons and everything like that. But counterpoint, what if I just... I guess I got caught a little. Oh yeah, actually, where's it at? Where's the best spot? First of all, don't get caught by her. Yippee-ki-yay! Oh. Yippee-ki-yay! I even broke it too. Nice. Don't think it would matter anyway. And look, I'd just be able to get the moon right there, and I could have just skipped that whole puzzle. Even though it broke somehow, but... as you can see, that would have been dumb. I just would have skipped everything. It's like, oh yeah, I just jump down and hit the button, and then grab the thing, and who cares if you die at that point? You still have the moon tarot. Skip the whole fight. So good. Obviously, I did not think this one through. I admit it. I admit it. It was dumb. Sure. 0 out of 10. Dumb plan. So what I'll do is I'll open up the old version, and I'll just copy the stuff right back out of it and save yourself through. Yeah, I was gonna explore. I like the... It feels better than the water instant killing you, except for the fact that you can just cheat the game. I really just didn't plan for it. So, what can you do, you know? Just didn't plan for it. Too many areas you can just cheat. I'm loading another copy of the game just so I can copy the blueprint out the other and save myself the trouble of redoing it all. Might as well. Because it worked before. I just did lots of changes thinking, oh, I'll make it better. Did I though? Did I really? Huh. Hell no on this one. Hell no. Dumb plan was dumb. Actually, let me change to the top one here. Oh, it's just Emperor check right there was the only difference there. I didn't feel like figuring it all out again, so I'll just cheat it back this way. I don't need the Poppet and water check anymore, I don't care. I guess the fact it was a little buggy doesn't matter now. Just saying. Just saying. Don't need that because it's in there. There you go. Now it's much more dangerous. Yay! I wanted you to really want the Emperor, to really earn it, you know? Like to need the Emperor. And let me tell you, after the number of times the water kills you in this game, you're going to want that Emperor, and you're going to want it bad. Yes. No more cheating for you. Let me put the water back up for this one. Honestly, I could have redesigned this level a little better too. Let me just make certain that that's even still doable. Since I made some changes that obviously could cause some problems trying to fix it for the other thing that clearly was a bad decision. Oh, now you can totally get that. It's not a problem at all. Moving it down did nothing. They didn't need to be above the water in the first place, to be honest. Okay, fair enough. Put it back. Now one more idea scratched off the list. What else we got? The lighting issue has been strange. Like, it seems to randomly happen. I haven't been found a good way to do it. I'll look into it later. I'm just going to keep an eye on it because it's pretty hard to suss it out. Since it's just shown up recently and it doesn't ever consistently show up. It's very random if it happens at all. Sally's treasure room, huh? When you're into this, it kept saying the room names. Why? I don't know why this one's blacked out. It doesn't need to be blacked out at all. Looks cooler if it's not. Why is it saying the numbers? Does it need to have a floor number on here? Maybe that's the problem. It's missing the floor. It's missing the floor. Thanks, Lean In Quest. I definitely strive to make it a beautiful game. Or at least not ugly. It's a little ugly. Is he fixing this area here? Because that third floor's fine. Okay, I should fix this issue. I guess it'd be like Lean In Quest. It'd be like, it's it. Huh. I'm so terrible at reading names. Yeah, that fixes this bug. I also suck at license plate like puzzles too. Aha! Treasure box. Yay! Key! Alright, graveyard key, of course. So that's fine. Everything's good there. I still don't have a key to the broken compass yet. I need to make it so these actually kind of like, you know, stick out. Whoa. That looks terrible. Instrument game ready yet, but listen, we're getting there. So that fixes that bug. See what game dev? We're an aspiring one, like many of us are. And I mean, technically, I'm kind of an aspiring one, you know. I'm gonna put this as 1 because it's basically the same bug from the look of it. I can't get him to spawn there again. I've been trying to, and he hasn't spawned a second time in his room. I should let it build the navigation first, oops. Build that navigation, build it, build it. Yeah, he spawned once in here and he was stuck in this area, and I don't know how it happened. I've never seen it happen before, and I might just remove it as an error because I've only ever seen it happen the one time, and it was just bizarre and weird. Yeah, he was spawned inside this area and just stuck. I don't know how that happened. What a jerk. Yeah, I don't know, I was trying. I would almost think that there's playthrough and hope that he spawns in there. Maybe it's an H-load issue or something. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's just random if he spawns there or not. Not with that one. Yeah, I don't know. I've only ever seen it happen the one time, and with it being impossible to trigger again, I just assume it's a weird fluke. The stars aligned. There's lots of weird little flukes in the game. Oh. Fix all the bugs from the other playthrough. You just need a floor on him, right? Yeah. Not sure I'm going to make use of that or not. Having this area, like, having we can go outside is pretty helpful. I'm taking the bio break mix ad there. All this alcohol is, you know, good, but yeah. It's actually down a floor. Yeah. I'll be right back. Trying to choke on my food here, apparently. Or basically breathe and eat it at the same time. Let me tell you about that. Doesn't work. Doesn't work at all. It's real bad. 0 out of 10. Don't recommend. Hmm. I don't know when they kind of sat on top of it. Guess I can do it this way. I have an idea. Oh, they're watching statue. Oh. Oh, that's crazy. Because it kept the same mesh there they have from that, it came out to this strange version instead. Hell yeah, I like this version way better. Look at that. What a happy accident. Just the front of it looks pretty good. Like it's some sort of, it's intended to be that way. Huh. I don't think this trick's gonna work that well here. because they don't have enough concave eyes there basically to make this trick work. I guess it doesn't really need them. I just want the statue to watch. He likes to watch. What? What do you want? Now it looks like some sort of cursed statue. Hell yeah. Imagine being the boring statue. This looks like it, you know, comes to life and kills people in their sleep. Which is just a real win in my book, you know? Like, if it doesn't look like it comes to life, kills people in their sleep, it probably didn't belong in my game. Hmm. What was the other copy of the game that's open? Don't need two. Keep thinking of little stupid things to put in this area. I might just go 8 hours now, I don't know. Or maybe I'll do 9. I guess I did get some sleep last night. I do have to get up tomorrow to meet someone though. Oh wait, I'm supposed to watch this. It's actually plus 90. You can look at it because now it's completely backwards. I mean, I would probably just sit here for a huge amount of time if I didn't need sleep ever. Bar is good. I just took out that. It just foobars a whole bunch of later design things that just don't make any sense. It's not worth it. Basically ruins the whole second chapter. I decided some of these things in here should actually do things. Like they're just locking these cages and they just do something. I should put a lock on the front of this so it looks like there's no way to open it. Like just some sort of like padlock thing or something so there's that you don't wonder why you can't open it. I did make a crazy statue though. A happy accident turned that statue into something way cooler than it was supposed to be. Because originally it just looked like this, which is just boring. But the new one understands. That's because there was this like skeleton, actually, yeah, it was like a weird skeleton thing that the previous mesh was using, so it just, when I moved it over that, it's like, oh, by the way, I'm like, oh. Well, the actor dynamic material is different. There we go, that's what it was. Maybe? Oh yeah, the dynamic source material, that's the one. And so now it looks like it's got some sort of armor on or something like that. It's the happiest accident ever. So I love that. Makes this corner way more interesting. I kind of want artifacts that are perpetually watching you in this room. At any point if things are watching you, it's always good in my book. Sure, my book doesn't have many pages, but hear me out. It's always good if things are watching you. I kind of want to make Charlotte appear and watch you in various points. Not actually attack you, but just watch you from certain vantage points. But I don't know how good that's going to be in the long haul. Let's see if I got a lock anywhere. It's like a no. But it clocks though. One here over the key. Maybe there's a something to go with the key. They built into the doors. Actually. I guess the portal wouldn't be that cool anymore because I've already used the portal so many times, or be using it there, so it's kind of not as special. Unless it's a different kind of portal, I guess. Maybe. I need that. Just put a portal inside these things and then people wonder, like, what the hell is that? I like having these circs you can get up them, so that's useful. I'm not sure I like having that thing sitting there or not. Actually, there's way more interesting things going on in it. I want to see something else, put that in because it's so big. Hey, Ansbert. I'm playing around with putting things inside the magician room. Like a weird statue I watched that I reskinned to be a little more interesting, so now it just watches you. A giant glowy crystal. I was thinking of putting a portal in the other one, like a portal someplace. You can't go in the portal, of course, but you know. Just to show that weird things are going on. I think the magician room needs to be more interesting, so I'm just adding a bunch of goodies to make it more exciting since it's one of the earlier rooms, so you know it's got to be... have a lot of ooh and ah factor. Otherwise, it's... well, I mean, you see it so early in the game. Why can't I change the scale again? How weird. Why? Like an event constructed setting the size or something? Probably. You have one called scale, huh? Let's see. Right there. I'll have to add some lights to those. I wanted a bunch of treasures in here, just things that seem like, you know, they're pretty cool in the magician room. Some of these things are really kind of boring. I never did anything with these. I actually added a different clock to the front of it though. Some grandfather clock puzzle might be fun, but we'll see. Probably should put a couple more protector lights over here. These things just perpetually emit light, so. Yeah, we'll see how many hours I do today. I do have to get up tomorrow. It sucks, but... that's like too powerful. You get 1,000, 2,000. Oh, this is insane. I do kind of like messing with all the stuff though, so I mean, I always love messing with things. If I ever achieve the point where I can do this for a living, I will stream so long. If I ever get subs on YouTube, that'll probably help quite a bit since I'm like twice as popular on YouTube as I am with Twitch. Still 4 subs off of the 500 though, let alone the 1,000. I'm tempted to line this with additional shelves and things instead of having that chair there. Oh. Can I just line it with some treasures instead? Remember that crap? That's probably a lot better. More things to jump around on. I really do have to put a lock on those so you can't get into them. I don't want to explain why you can't move the doors. Or to be fair, I could also make my own that you can get into. But I don't really want to explain how, you know, I don't want you to be able to get to like a portal or something like that. I don't want to explain why the portal doesn't work for you or something. But I figured if this has some like SCP style stuff, that's not too bad. Plus there's a light right there, so this becomes an irrelevant collection of toys. Yeah, I don't need this. Because now you can jump onto this, then jump up to there. So that's more interesting. Plus you have this way up here or this way, so 3 ways up, 4 ways up over here. That's plenty of ways up. Just saying. Yeah, now you see more doohickeys in these that seem all magical. Yeah, probably. Hmm. We'll change the size randomly. Way too big. Oops. The room's definitely better. More ways to go. Don't have to climb that way up if you don't want to. Can't really get out of this room without using the thing, but you could get over here and grab this. So you get that far if you wanted. Try to grab this if you wanted. Doesn't really work. Swap my earbuds real fast. They're saying battery low. Yeah. Onward. Ooh. Yeah, I figure I just wanted to gussy up this room a little more because it's so early on. I mean, this room already kind of has some of that, though it could be probably use a bit more to be honest. But you know, these rooms you're going to see first, so they're going to have to really convince players that they like the game, really pull them in. And this room just had a lot of boring, so if I give it a lot of interesting things to look at, it might help. Maybe. I basically just need a couple more crazy things in there and I can call the room successful for what it is. I think what other cool stuff I got. I forgot I got these fantasy flight things. I got all this cool stuff. Oh. Well, thanks for hanging out, Rabbiteer. It's always a pleasure. Chances are, well, I'll be back, you know, next week, so. I always take a few days off from streaming so I can get all my other regular work done. So, if you get bored. Don't think I'm going to go too much longer tonight. Probably just like another half an hour, honestly. Yeah. I've been finding that the 2 jobs is rough. Everest, yeah. I mean, no, I stream 8 to 10 hours. For a while I was doing that 5 days a week, and on top of the other job, it was too much. There's no way. You're not wrong as far as, you know, like, just feeling like the body's stressed and everything. That is true. So, you know, at least I get a few days off where I'll probably do other work, but at least there'll be shorter days where I'm not sitting here for a lot of hours. As much as I enjoy streaming a lot, it's the 2 jobs on top of each other. It's just a lot. It's a lot. It's a whole lot. Yeah. So, as much as I would love to just perpetually stream, But it's definitely stress to get the first always get the Steam page done, and the new stress is to get the Epic thing ready to go as well. Yeah. And I ain't getting any younger, so it's rough. I'm just like, eh. Usually on days with lower viewership, I stream less time anyway, though. Like if I don't have like a huge amount of people, then I'm more likely to stop at 8 hours. If there's like a lot of people, then I tend to go a lot of hours. So you got to maximize the time you're streaming, right? Friend of those 10 people watching, like it's like actually. This is actually 10 over on the back end there, 34, you know, on YouTube, and then the one on Kick. Kick doesn't usually have people watching. So. But I don't get paid for the YouTube people, so, you know, that number's... I appreciate that they're watching and it's fantastic and all, but... if they were actually watching and I was getting paid for it, I'd stream longer. Sometimes I stream a long time even if they aren't, you know, doing that, but... Yeah. So far, Kick has been not very successful. It takes a long time to build up. I mean, I've got like 334 streams or something I've done on YouTube, so... it's taken a long time to build up viewers on YouTube. Even then, they could all just be sleeping since they don't ever talk, or for the most part don't talk, so... and I've been streaming for, what now, 8 months on Twitch? Takes a long time to build up an audience. But it's a marathon, not a race, you know? Or not a sprint, I should say. So you just gotta... some days you just go balls to the wall and stream as much as possible. Other days you're like, eh. But I gotta get a bunch done. I really should have just stuck with my old job where it was like so much less work and paid so much more money than this. But sometimes you gotta live a dream, you know? When you live that dream, well, gotta work for the dream. Sadly. Be nice to dream state itself for me, but that's not happening. Actually, wait. Jesus. What happened? Whatever, I don't want to figure that out right now. I'm already ready to go pass out. Like maybe this bit. I got some whirly gig thingies I can put in here. We're not allowed to scale this. Do we make some changes to screw things up? The static mesh. Why can't I change it? Just being dumb. That isn't gonna fit. I'm gonna put something else here. I don't know yet, but for now. Hey Cody, not really. Just very rarely do I ever slide. You hit him on the ground, huh? Yep. Yep. This room's getting much cooler. They're watching you. Yep, stuff got way better today. That reminds me, on the invincible thingy, did I remove the branch string? Oh, I did. Nope. Didn't think I did. Yep. Lots of improvements, lots of polish for this game at this point. Lots of overworking, as I'm just like, feeling the end of my streaming week and trying to convince myself to accomplish something useful in the last 20 minutes. Not doing a very good job. Yeah, about that. How's stuff going with you? Suppose I had to sort all this crap too, figure out what I was gonna do with it. Those. It's definitely better looking now. That. Ooh. Oh yeah, the map legend. An update uses operating systems and got 4K UHD done. Oh, nice. That's a lot. That's a whole lot. Way too many. Ugh. Those are way too big, but I'll be able to put all the various colors in there. Oh. You have an RGB back? Nice. And what does one do with this RGB pack? Is this like an asset pack or just some sort of other thing? There you go, now it's got to make these smaller because they look insanely large and stupid. But besides that, at least they work. Even if they look large and stupid. You're supposed to be significantly smaller than they are. Why are they so big? Does not have a size box around them? We do. Thanks for the follow, Comfy World 2. How's it going? Timberlake TVS, are you using gas? Nope. No, sir. Not at all, not at all. Ah. Hello, worlder. Hello, Comfy World. I'm just saying. Could be like, you know, your calling card or something when you show up. Hello, Comfy World. Huh? I got nothing, sure. Tired. That's about it. Just tired. Doing good though, but tired. Kind of the end of a long streaming week, they say. Fixing up things and convincing myself to try and be useful for the rest of the stream. I guess I hit the period twice. Having fun as always, but the 2 jobs is wearing me down by the end of the week. Alright, check the map. It's better, but there's still crap. I also want it to be really small. Kind of like these. Maybe if I make them the same size as those, that would probably help a lot, because then they'll just show up looking about the same way. Or to make them really tiny in general. I can also not put them in the same thing. I can put them in their own separate thing that's not involved with those. No, let's put it over there. I gotta put basically a legend of stuff there. At least this room's looking kind of cool. Got my glowies, got my dudes watching. Got my stuffs. You also make a Space Simulator game with a roguelike twist. I'm kind of confused. What kind of programming language should I learn? The one that gets it done. I use blueprints for my entire game in Unreal Engine, so you know. But basically, the two main languages that anyone ever really learns is usually C# and C++ if you're gonna, you know, learn a programming language. Blueprints is just using C++ without having to type out C++, but you don't really have to learn all that much. It's pretty... You just have to learn coding logic. You don't have to learn a lot of syntax. So I'm a big fan of them. But I'd definitely recommend one of those too. Basically, it depends on the engine you pick, right? Because there's like 3 engines that you want to use for most game dev, which would be Unreal Engine, Unity, and Godot. So pick the one you like best and then learn whichever language it uses. I obviously have my favorite. If you can't guess which one it is, you know, I'm just saying. I know it's a great secret, but hear me out. You could probably figure it out. I believe in you. Maybe. Or maybe not. Oh, well. Welcome to it. It's a lot of fun making games. Hard work, but fun. What if I uniform grid panel this instead? And then just dump them in the uniform grid. What do? Well, that's right. They don't work like that. You have to move them first. You know, my brain was like, yeah. It's still working on figuring itself out. Oh, wait, this second column. I don't want second column. I want... Well, maybe I do want second column. Sure, whatever. Easier to size than this one for certain. Could also move them over too. We go boop, boop. Nah. Uniform one does seem a little better though. E5 is the most serious engine, but interesting. The EA chose Godot for the BF6 map editor. Probably because it's free. Maybe. Well, I mean, Unreal Engine's free. Well, actually, to be fair, if you make over $1 million in a year, they take 5% of anything over $1 million. But I think it's only like 1.5% if you also release on the Epic Store at the same time as you release on Steam. So, I guess for EA, they could conceivably have to pay money if they did it in that. But to be fair, they probably used Unreal Engine for the main game in the first place. Which means they're already paying, but yeah, Unreal Engine 5 is just basically free. And if at any point I make enough money that I actually owe Epic anything, that means I made over $1 million because they don't take anything out of the first $1 million in a year. And I don't mind paying them a little bit of money at that point. No problem. No problem at all. 10 out of 10. Would in fact pay them crap tons of money if I already made crap tons of money. Hear me out. It would happen. The only reason I would use, actually I can't really think of a reason I'd use the other engines, but I'm sure there is one. RBF uses in-house engine for us. Okay, fair enough. Well, there you go. I mean, there's always the in-house option. Not for us normies out there, though. But I guess you can actually use can you use Frostbite? I don't know. I think someone mentioned it, but there's no documentation anywhere, so all those like really narrow engines that have no documentation are like such a bad choice, because how in the world are you going to learn them? I always recommend the big three, with Unreal Engine being the only logical choice in my mind, but I would definitely use Unity or Godot over any other option I could think of, besides Unreal Engine, obviously. Oh, I'm supposed to be looking at the map. It's better, they're still huge. I hate how big they are. This default is smaller, probably. Not that small. But yeah, I guess if you're using doing up 2D stuff, though to be fair, even Unreal Engine's gotten better at 2D, but yeah. I was looking at the map. That's better. Maybe a treasure indicator too. That's true. Something to put here too. Maybe a small picture of whichever room you're in. That's something to note. Not much else to put on this side. That's every floor in the game, unless I add some DLC stuff or something that appears over there for the maps like that. But I could have a picture here. I do need to put one for treasures. I don't know if there's anything else that would even exist as an option on there for people to find things. Also, I left this saying floor and not store. Or maybe I just typed floor. I don't know what I'm typing at this point. The day is long. Type store. Also, I'm gonna dupe this one here. I'll lock the root canvas. I wanna. Oof. So one for treasures, which where's the icon I use for a treasure? Too lazy to find it manually. White is fine. Let's write treasure. I think I might wrap it after that. I still got to go to work later too, so it's gonna be these have got to be taller. It's because the pictures are a little too big for the thing. Still not ideal, but whatever. Next week I'll go to all the trouble to change it and everything like that. Well, at least the music gave me a nice wake up. Yeah, they fit. That works okay. And with a picture there, it'll look like there's a bunch of things there. And I don't know what else I'm going to put in every room. Because at some point, you know, the little treasure indicators will appear on the corners if there's a treasure. While I'm thinking about it. Change it up so it has that image instead. More updated picture of Poppet. This shows where she's at on each of the floors, so you don't have to try to figure it out. Huh. Catch you later, Posian. Ugh. Pretty much, yeah. I was gonna basically call it at this point. I'll shoot them in the head because it makes me feel better. Can't shoot him in. Portal. Yeah. Definitely going to call it right after, because I'm tired. I'm looking forward to sleeping, so I can get up and do more work. Why did I ever decide to do 2 drops? I can go this way. Kind of gives you a new way to jump up here. Nice. Kind of easier to get up onto the pipes. Yay, pipes. Alright, anyway. As much as I want to keep doing that, it's been a long week. It's not even over yet. So I'm going to send people on their merry way, especially, you know, YouTube and Kick, because I can't raid you guys out to anybody, unfortunately. Soon though, if I ever get to 1,000 subs, where YouTube will at least let me raid people with. Where'd they lock that away? Anyway, for those who don't know, the game's called Poppet Quest. If you like what you saw, follow, subscribe, join the Discord, wishlisted on Steam. It's an option now, just saying. If not, you know, thanks for watching. Just the same, I'll be back in 3 days from now, about 8 hours earlier than this. So, hope to see you back. Till then, catch you later, people on YouTube and Kick.